She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 6-1 try to get shots going.
Also still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First number. 10-4. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 6-1 try to get shots going.
Also still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. 33.
Let us supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached.
11-117, Robert 11.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Trade? Man,
What's happening?
Isn't it a good feeling just seeing that 250,000 every time that we hop on?
It's an absolutely amazing feeling. It's just odd that no one has taken, the 250,000.
It's like winning a small lottery, you know?
Oh, dude, I'm surprised it hasn't brought out. I'm surprised that it has brought Sebastian home. It kind of doesn't make any sense. That's a lot of money, dude. That's more money than some people see in their entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Especially with taxes.
It's like a lot. It's a lotto win prize right after the big jackpot gets hit.
Oh, dude, that's more. Yeah, I don't know what the tax.
when nobody plays that much, you know, and then you know, bam. But yeah, it's that's why I always show it in the intro of every show or any of the other cases that we do. If there's any, you know, billboards, photos, things like that, memorial photos, things like that. Just to bring everybody back to who it really is about, you know.
Oh, it's supposed to be about Sebastian, but probably about 70% of the stuff that you see or hear about will have his name in it, and then I don't even think that sometimes they don't even show a picture or anything or mention his name.
Yeah. Some don't, some do. They all have their own. You know, I put out a community post, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago, something like that. And because it's like, when the 4-hour version or 3-hour version, people don't want to take the time to really hear what exact words I say, and then people want to twist it, and then so I felt like I needed to put out a community post today.
I didn't even get it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read it when we start the show off. I do want to give a round of applause. Yes, thank you, Mythical. And mash that green heart in chat, please. I do want to say contribution call out because there was a couple as I was ending the show. And then there's a couple more after that. So I want to give you all a round of applause real quick. And thank you for being part of the community. And also, we got Hide and Seek member for 8 months, too. Thank you all so much. I want to say contribution call out Beach Bell, Justice for Crystal, McCrory Jones, Jana, Joelle, and also Daddy's Girl and the Myrtle Beach team out there. Thank you all so much for all your contributions. Really means a lot to me. I just wanted to shout those out real quick. Also, yes, we have to highlight this too. Bring Sebastian home as well. And also, I want to say, you guys, Trey is so close to 10K, you guys. If you're not subscribed, there's the link. Get this gentleman to 10K, please. He deserves it. He's out there busting his tail, just, you guys see it. He's part of our community here, and you guys see the work, and there's some new people that maybe haven't, and, let's get this man to 10K. He deserves it.
I'd appreciate it. It is a weird thing, subscribers, because sometimes it doesn't matter, but it does in a sense if you're trying to get a message out there.
Yeah.
I don't know why it works that way, but they say like subscribers doesn't matter like in this day and age, like 2024, 2025. But I've noticed if you put something out that is not like mainframe or like in the news, but you're like, hey, people need to know about it, you'll get more traction. But if you don't have any subscribers, no one's going to hear it.
The shock value.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shock value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and read. If you weren't able to see the community post, I'm going to read it real quick for you guys, and I'll drop the link if you want to leave a message on there. And then after that, I think it's pretty apparent Saturday night was really a community night to discuss, showing people the reality of the situation out there. It was kind of a late night show, topic kind of show, community show. And it was one of those things where it's like, the reality of the situation. My team knows, you guys know, you're part of the inner team, bro. You see this stuff taking place ever since the beginning. We've been there from the beginning. You see this stuff take place in overtime. It's December 30th. It's almost 2025. And you see this stuff over and over and over and over and over and over. And it's like, you just like what prompted me to even talk about that was the fact that I was seeing somebody not only bash their own community, but the Sebastian Rogers community. And I do care, I do care.
Well, so the majority of that seems to be coming from people that have never stepped foot in the area or have ever searched for anybody for that matter. And from the get-go, I've never seen anything like this. Like just from the very beginning, some of just the odd things that have happened and then continue to happen. And when I think I've seen it all, something even wilder comes out, and I'm like, y'all are like, I don't want to say y'all got to stop, but it's just like, for one, we're looking for Sebastian Rogers, try to come up with ideas, theories, thoughts of what direction he would have went or someone would have took him. Those are only two things, right? Either A, was by himself, or B, he was accompanied, or something happened to him. And
hell, we're still questioning the 25th and the 26th because of last seen.
Yeah, when
the two key words, last seen. Yeah,
that makes a big difference too. So it's like, okay, on camera, Texas Roadhouse. After that, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
And that's just a question. I'm not saying anything did or didn't happen. It's a question that we have to ask when we're searching for somebody. And that's with every case.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like our part 1 last night. After all this time, we revisited some of the first interviews. We're going to get into some more tonight. We're going to have a part 3 coming up towards the end of the week, so look for that as well. Kind of like last night, you know what I'm saying? We're sitting there going, because back then, yes, it was odd, just the hands. It was odd about the statements that were made or reactions or non-reactions, stuff like that, but as the months have gone on and we've continued to see actually less than what we were seeing from the very beginning, bro. And so it adds even more to what we're revisiting again, because it's like, wow, after all of this time's gone by, now we're looking back at what was really taking place that short period of time right after he went missing. And it really makes even... it's like two-way. It's weird. It's like a combo. It's like it makes less sense, but then there's stuff that makes a hell of a lot more sense too. It's like a combo. It's crazy.
Yeah, the yo-yo effect.
Yeah. So we're going to get into Olivia's interview tonight when they were on with Olivia. There's a lot of updates from At Night and Dog and Nick. We'll get into those towards the end of the show. Before we do get into Olivia's interview with the Proudfoots, I do want to talk a little more about this 25th, 26th stuff. There was a new video that was put out from WKRN. There was a new Nick Bears article. There's also the Sumner County Commissioner, and he also had some posts as well. And I want to share those with you too, because there's a version from before and there's a version that was just put out now. And it has to do with the 25th and the 26th. Now, I'm not, who knows? I don't know when he went missing, right? He could have went missing when she was, who says she did go,
Yeah, there's no telling.
Her reason is the phone call, and his reason was the phone call. The 3-hour phone call was to keep her awake while she was studying. So, who says nobody?
Yeah, if you're keeping someone awake,
and somebody, you know what I mean? So we don't know. It could have, but the thing is what we're looking at, and this is what everybody needs to really pay attention to. It's the two key words: last seen. Because I haven't heard anybody else other than Katie being reported as the last person that seen Sebastian alive, and it was in his. Just because it says in the area of Stafford Court, doesn't mean that that's a way to protect the residents. Because I didn't even say their address when I've been saying this stuff about the 26th. What I've been saying is last seen in his residence the night of the 25th, because that's what we've been told this whole time.
Yeah, there's nothing that has been said otherwise, like not factual.
Last seen, not Amber Alert was reported, not the address, none of that. Not when it was reported, called in, blah blah blah. But when she woke up, it doesn't. Whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters, because that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is last seen. I want to know who last seen Sebastian, if it was on the 26th.
It's their verbiage, so I mean, it was just an honest question.
Here's another honest question: if it doesn't involve foul play, why is the last person that seen Sebastian not being notated on that information?
Yeah, a lot of
because you see how it misses. It doesn't say last seen by his mother. It doesn't even say that, does it?
No, and a lot of the missing persons reports I've looked into, it'll say like, the last seen by their niece or last seen by the son. It won't like typically give the name, but it'll say like who it was,
who, the time.
Yep.
If it's not inside of a residence, the location, the description of where they were seen. You know what I mean? Like, where's that at?
Yeah, it's not there.
It doesn't even say his mother.
Even the ones that, Bill was seen having coffee, and then it's believed that he made it back to his house or something like that. And it'll say that a missing person report was filed 2 weeks later whenever his son tried to make contact with him, yada, yada. It'll have like little details like that. But with this, it's just the opposite of that. And it makes you question everything.
I wonder, and that makes me wonder, is this the question that keeps getting repeated, is what's different from the last, what's really different from day one?
Yeah. I mean, you would think that they would be able to release certain information.
Why, if there's no foul play? That's the other key thing. If there's no listen, if there's foul play, somebody abducted him, somebody. We understand. We know law enforcement needs to keep a
Dude,
lot of, especially with that kind of stuff. They
here's-
need to keep that close.
There's a thing though. There's been cases I worked on before where it says foul play is suspected. Like they're open about it. They don't know who did it, or if they do, it just says foul play is suspected. Just so you know, if you are looking for this person.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know.
These are huge questions that what is different from day one, because if we're looking at these posters, they all that's day one information. It's day one information. You may come out every couple months and say, it's not a cold case.
Right.
But what is different from that first day? And again, no foul play. What's the reason that somebody wouldn't be able to be listed, or who saw him, where'd they see him, what direction? When you listen to these interviews, it's general answers.
No,
a lot of a lot of pauses, a lot of breaks.
There's nothing. Honestly, there's never any questions or answers that would say he is found, right? Like whatever the outcome is, there's never been any questions publicly that would really lock you into too many narratives. I guess like locking you into like the exact story, if that makes sense. It's like been open-ended.
Yeah.
So that way you can kind of, when he is found, if something, just depending on what narrative they come up with, but you could critique your answer.
But there's no reason for the secrecy.
No, it shouldn't. There shouldn't be too many.
If there's foul play,
yeah, there is.
Totally get it.
Yeah,
totally get it. No foul play, and that's what's been stated.
At that point,
okay,
though, I'm
so
just saying,
why so secret? What are you trying to, like? What are you trying to keep? The person that took him called in and said, "I last saw him." Like what?
Right.
What are you trying to hide?
Yeah.
Because she already stated she put him to bed before, and then she went to bed somewhere around midnight. If that was when he was last seen, right? If that's when he was last seen, then why isn't it said he was last seen in his residence by his mother?
It should. If that's when he was last seen, it should. Look into other cases. It very well should. If she's the last person to tuck him in, yada yada, that's what she's seen him. That's what it should say.
The area is what it does say. So who saw him? Because there's no reason for the secrecy. There's no foul play.
Unless he was on camera.
But they already stated
I know
that there's no footage of him.
That's what's weird.
That's what leads me to believe that somebody that didn't have security camera on their house peeked out their window because they got woke up because some activity, or they noticed some activity going on through their shades in their room or something, and they peeked out the window, right?
Yeah, at that point you got to protect a witness too.
And you may not
understand that.
You may not see it's Sebastian, right? The person saw a figure. This person, I'm just creating a scenario. This person noticed some lights coming around. They peeked out their window, or they heard something. Peeked out their window because it's like, well, this is an odd time. Peeked out their window. It was dark. You can't unless you got binoculars or something and you know who he is, you won't be able to recognize him. But what you can recognize is the clothing. Okay. Now, if he's wearing all black, you may not be able to pick blue, dark purple, red, whatever, but you can tell a gray, a white, a lighter color than the other. And if you're looking out and you have stripes going down your pants, I could see that being a key witness feature of them saying, I did see, there
Right.
was a figure that was shorter. There was some weird activity going on. All I could see was that it was, darker clothes and some kind of stripe going down.
See what at that point in
Boom.
time, what you said makes sense.
So then why would they need to be kept secret?
Or they're just trying to protect their witness. So if they're afraid that,
But
depending on what
wouldn't
they
that
see,
but wouldn't that witness be able to tell them what took place or what direction or where at in the area of Stafford Court he was at, where he came from, possibly the direction that he left?
if I were
Why
to,
wouldn't that be put out? You see what I'm saying?
if I were to
Even
guess,
if you want to protect, why is that information not out there?
if they divulge that amount of information, if it was like certain points of view, like if you could only see that point of view from a certain residence or something, and you're trying to protect that witness, if it's something, if it was more than just they seen him and that was it, I would see the secrecy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is beyond the secrecy of that person, why would you not put out the direction? What was taking place from this witness account? Where he came from, possibly if they knew what happened, maybe if they knew the direction that they went or he went, or some. If somebody saw Sebastian in the area of Stafford Court, regardless of their name or their location,
Right.
why wouldn't Ellie release what happened, the direction? You can spot somebody at a T section and be 7 houses down and nobody knows it's you that's seen it.
Well, depending on what it was that they seen, they may not want that information out.
That's fine, but why wouldn't why wouldn't
I understand what you're saying.
if he was abducted, dude? You don't
You would
listen.
put that out there.
Yeah.
Should.
Right. If he was abducted, if somebody saw himself walking by himself or a figure last seen in the area of Stafford, well, hey, he was going southeast.
They could at least put out the little details that
Right?
get you in the right direction.
We don't have video evidence, but we do have an eyewitness account. And that was the last person to see him in the area of Stafford Court going in this direction, regardless of however that direction was being propelled. It would have, that would have went out. Not I don't want people to confuse it. I'm not saying who as in like the name. What I'm saying is if there was somebody else, like the who as in who else besides Katie, and if it was, why isn't that information out there?
Yeah. I think people would lose their minds if that got out.
I would if I was a parent.
Well, I mean, at this point in time, because there's been so much secrecy.
Dude, if I knew somebody saw my child that went missing and they weren't trying to put out the direction or where at he was last seen or possibly what was going on, I'd be flipping. I'd be going off, man. Like, can you help me out? Can you give me a better direction than 360 could, can you at least take a chunk off that for me?
So that way you know what way to go and what way to search if he ran away.
Right. And if somebody's abducted, you don't have to put out. We already know how those cases go. That's some of the most closest to the best information on any case, and which it should be because these are children, but when you don't even if he say he was, then why wouldn't you put out that he was abducted?
You would. I mean, that's just a standard so people can look in a different aspect.
Right.
Last seen with who, vehicle. Exactly. Direction of travel. All the key information that you would want to put out so people could locate them.
Something better than last seen and after that I heard the thud.
Yeah, it doesn't add up either. I
And
don't.
like last night, how you're balling and balling on day 8, but when you're talking to the lady on day 11, this is the worst. It just gets worse. I'm trying to like make sure people keep making sure his picture doesn't get at the bottom of the feed.
I seen that.
And like I would give anything in my heart to be able to bring him, and I'm sitting there going, okay, but on day 11 you're just showing your hands, and you still hear the a couple times, but other than that there was no sniffling, there's no crying. And that's when we were talking about it last night. It's like, dude, on day 11 I'd be even worse than I was on day 8.
It's gonna be, yeah. You would have. I want to say you would have less hope, but it's definitely going to be harder and harder. It's that much more time that has passed.
And again, what parents or step parents other than Letitia Stouch didn't face the camera during an interview? At least Letitia showed them her back. You only got pretty much 2 hands and some cut off of the other ones.
I don't know, man. It's the wheels of justice.
What if it was like I said? What if that somebody's wife or husband went missing in the same circumstances?
Oh, we all know what would
and
happen.
They were doing the same interviews, just the hands. Crying on day 8, not on day 11.
If you flip the tables in that aspect, we all know what would happen.
You see some of these cases out here. Think about Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh over in Washington, D.C. I don't know what happened to my wife.
Yeah.
And they couldn't find her. I don't know. She just disappeared. And then all of a sudden, the dude's already getting charged. And he was doing face-to-face interviews,
Well, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes, even if you are innocent, it ain't going to look good when it comes to that. Anything like spouse-related. But, I mean, 90% of the time, that's just typically what happens. Or there'll be evidence to show. The police are pretty good about figuring that out.
Think if it was like just doesn't even have to be a husband or wife. Missing family member. That is a kid. You add another person into that mix in that household.
Yeah. And you have your people that you need right there.
You're looking at it in a different way. I don't know. Maybe that's why somebody was pleading the fifth, and that's why somebody hasn't really talked. I mean, the last interview, as far as I know, was on Reels TV. Do you guys know Reels TV? I've been watching Reels TV for a long time.
I may have seen them. I don't recall that as like something that I see often.
REELZ. They used to be
wait a minute,
a TV channel that came over, the digital tuner, and that's what they were in the beginning. Which they were putting out a lot of good stuff, a lot of documentaries and things like that. I love documentaries. And then they were like, I think the last 5 or 6 years maybe. They've been like $1.99 purchase on Roku or whatever. They're on cable. Yeah, that's she did that interview. I believe that was the last one. It was on Reels TV. All these people were trying to get interviews too. News Nation, Court TV, the national media, and even local. It went to Reels. and basically, you just didn't really see emotion. It was just no emotion on the face. It's one thing if there's anger, sadness, whatever, but
I
there
think it'd be
was
a
literally,
mixture. You're going to be angry, frustrated, sad. You're going to blame yourself. You're going to blame other people. It's going to be a combination, a circle from hell, and those you're going to have those feelings constantly, highs
and
and
then
lows.
being on the spot, and that brings it really it brings you back to that day again, and you know what I mean. And that was the one thing. It was like, yeah, uh, well, supposedly by yourself, but you hear some sounds in the background, just like, you know,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Just like that one interview where somebody was digging through like a container or something
in the
in
camper.
the yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
spotted that out with the headphones, and like sometimes you hear, when you were first watching something for the first time, it's like, okay, that was my background noise, or you don't notice it. You zone it out, but then whenever you made it noticeable and you played it back, it's like that is coming from the audio feed. That is coming from within the camper. So
It's like this is what came to my mind when I heard it. The first time I heard it going on, I was like, I think somebody's pen went out and somebody else was getting in a container to get another pen and then handed the pen. That's I don't know. I didn't look too far into it. That's just what pops into my head, like, oh, somebody's pen ran out
it's
and
like
somebody had
here
to
it
get
is.
another one. But I don't know. Could have been something else. But yeah, there was no emotion whatsoever on that interview. Like nothing, man. Like it would be like a straight face, like if you're doing a face scan, and
Yeah,
okay, don't, like with your license, right? Don't show any emotion. Okay.
the worst picture. Yeah,
Right? Don't
usually
show
the
any
worst
emotion.
pictures ever.
It's like, okay. And and bam, that's what it was. And so again, uh when we're listening to these first interviews again, it's like, oh wow, okay. It just, after all this time, and what's taking place and what's not taking place, and then you're like, okay, it means something a little more or less.
You know what would help? I mean, I'm going to say it would help, but I got to spin this right so I don't come off, I don't know, like degrading or something. Anyway, like sometimes, you ever heard anybody say, like, I'm a good parent? Like, I'm a good parent. You ever hear anybody say that? And you're like, people know some people
Yeah,
aren't good parents. But
my daughter's mother.
they tell people that, though. They're like, I'm a good parent. So, like, you don't want to shine bad
Yeah.
light on yourself.
Bro, you want to hear a crazy story? Is my daughter's mom used to steal the pictures of her off Facebook and then share them with people and pretend like she got,
She got the pictures.
like she had visitation and stuff,
Oh,
and
boy.
she took the pictures. That's how bad she was lying to people because she didn't want to,
Like, for instance,
like yeah, go ahead.
like, like the being tired, like, had to study for 3 hours. So the phone call was to keep the person awake. It's just like, you don't want to shine a bad light on yourself, I guess. But when you're talking about a kid that's missing, if you're forthcoming, people are going to see that. Like, I would have been honest about certain things. Like, if that's what happened, that's what happened. But to be that tired, like, if I said, if that's what happened, but
I
there's
mean, I
certain
ain't gonna lie, dude. I've been tired and asked people, like, even when I'm driving, hey, can you give me a call so I
right, is
can, stay awake to make it the next whatever, however long like, I get
then
it, but you got to be honest too, like, because when did we hear what time he went to bed? But she told you what time she went to bed.
that's what I'm getting at.
When did we hear what kind of day he was having after he got home and when he went to bed instead of that morning?
And it's things that, like, people have said it doesn't matter, but it matters if he was upset, not upset. And then I saw it was like time frames. you don't want to ever really lock yourself into an exact time frame, but you could have said something like, give or take around 9:30. You know, a time frame. It doesn't have to be 9:22. Just a general time is better
Dude,
than nothing.
that's important facts when it comes
It
to an investigation.
it is very important, but to not lock
Very
yourself into
important.
an exact time frame,
You
could
might
at
not be
least
able
give
to say you might not be able to say 9:27,
right.
but like you said,
You would have an idea,
9:30, I don't know, somewhere around there.
and it would help. But we don't. I mean, we don't even get that.
Well, if that wasn't asked, I don't know. It had to be asked. It had to.
That's what's
How
weird,
could you?
man.
How
Because
could you?
usually it's two investigators like would come in and just because you want to dot the I's, make sure that you don't miss anything, make sure that you're not getting tunnel vision, and they would come in, and even if it is a runaway at first, they want to make sure they don't miss anything. So you know it can be casual, whatever. But I would like to know if anybody was ever questioned in that manner, like most people would be treated when somebody's missing. It's not being biased. It's just it's what happens.
No, it's unfortunate. It's part of true crime. There's a lot of cases out there from way back in the day, and there's going to be, in the future. And this is what we do know. All right. History repeats itself.
Yep.
And when you have a humongous pool of information based off of actions, reactions, non-actions, like everything, it's you see it over and over and over. That's how we get to these conclusions and these questions, because we're like, we've seen this like this way this whole time, and all of a sudden it's supposed to be treated just like that. When you see an orange, you see all these oranges over here, and they're telling you that apple is supposed to be an orange. You got to go, I'm sorry, what?
Like for example, it's not a missing person case, but without divulging too much information, there was a elderly person that was hard-R'd at a facility. They had a county investigator, a state police investigator, and 2 local police investigators conduct their own individual investigations, and then said, "Here's our cards. This is what we all came up with. What do you guys got?" To make sure that they, it was the same conclusion in four separate ways with different agencies, so that way there was no bias or anything like that.
Yeah, and where the inconsistencies are
exactly,
or if and also at the same time, there's no inconsistencies too.
and yeah, so then it's, I don't want to say cut and dry, but at that point you could pretty much say it's cut and dry. Right. So this far into this, and Sebastian's not been found, and I know it's a slow, squeaky wheel, the justice system, but I mean, come on, you're talking about a young man's life.
Think about it like this: what you're just bringing up happened day 1, right? Right? Day 1, day 2, possibly, definitely day 1. Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%.
These interviews we're watching are after that. So where's the consistency that would have had the consistent stories to the multiple detectives that you just mentioned? There should be consistency already before the interviews that we're watching.
Yeah, there shouldn't be anything to, I don't want to say change, but it really shouldn't vary too much.
No.
And then if you were to come on TV, law enforcement would be taking all that, separating things based off of how you answer something in that interview, and then breaking it down. That's why this far into this, it doesn't make sense that we're nowhere closer to finding Sebastian.
And the more general you are with your answers, and the less that you have to answer any questions, the more that you're able to not have inconsistencies show up. It's very important. Like there's all of these different interviews, you have to look at them in so many different avenues, because you're looking at body, you're looking at audio, you're looking at reactions, you're looking at, the words, how, emphasis, when, pauses, filler. You're looking at all these different things. And so it's really confusing to me how last seen, if he was last seen in the area,
Yeah, that just
then
still doesn't make sense.
we should have a direction, even if we don't have a name, or
Yeah, they could release that so
what took
people.
place, what was taking place. Was he walking by himself? Was he walking with people? Was he chasing a cat? Was he being abducted? Like, was he
See a vehicle,
right?
any lights, noises.
Something last
What do you-
seen in his residence. So it's, and really these interviews, we're gonna do. Shout out to Chronicles of Olivia. She does great work. She always has. She was down in Nashville too, while we were both there, working on Riley's strain as well. They were doing some searches along the riverbank, also when we were down there searching the riverbank. So, shout out to them. But I want to do this. I want to go through this community post real quick, and then literally, it's just we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing, like we do with all of our shows, and continue to do real work, and also when it comes to the community, the victims, the families, the reasons why we not only do this, but also go out in the field and do what we do, is because we care about the communities. And when somebody is bashing the communities,
That's sad, man. Because people don't have to support you. Like, people don't have to watch. And the people that did, like, help you along the way, and then to insult people's intelligence or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so I'm going to read this for you guys here. Let me see if I can. That's here. I might have to move. Yeah, I'll have to move us over here. I'll do this for right now as I get through it. And you guys will understand. Now, there's a lot of these channels that are putting out these reasons of why this happened and this happened and this happened. And it's like, here, I'm just going to let everybody know what I already said when I was discussing it, but I'm just going to put it in a little 2-minute paragraph form type post, so people could really just hear. You're hearing all these people tell you this or that. This is what it is. Mad calls out her own community, and this was attention to the community. Mad calls out her own community and trashes them for their lack of intelligence, fact-checking, creating circus atmosphere, and hindering search efforts, where her own community has been calling her out on her own channel to the point of calling her a hate channel on her own comment section. And that's the Sebastian Rogers community. My team and myself stand up for victims, families, and communities on this platform, other platforms, and also communities out there in the field. I wasn't going to allow someone to continue to not only scold and bash her community, but also Sebastian's community beyond her own, for the same exact reasons as to what she did to us back in April. Hence, the reason I even showed the information after 8 months, and the severity of what she caused when it came to the boots and boat searches for Sebastian. Trey and Busby were there during this time period, and they know exactly what I'm talking about. Explained why she shouldn't be scolding anyone is what I did that night. I explained why she shouldn't be scolding anyone when she herself did that exact same thing to another person, which was fact-checking, creating circus atmosphere, hindering search efforts, and lack of intelligence. Myself and ultimately our team out there doing the real work for these victims, families, and communities were affected. Her actions majorly contributed to the search efforts being halted for a short period of time back then. Half of my team did not feel safe anymore based on the atmosphere that was created from others' hate, and also ruined other search efforts beyond Sebastian's community. We all know this, but we still keep going. Do we not, Trey, Busby, everybody else that has been even a member of the team before this stuff took place? We still keep going because it is for these victims, families, and communities. And you have seen that in all these months since, and you'll continue to see that in these future months. Now, since grifters have come to the forefront to leech attention from Mad's channel to gain subs and create more hate content for their own personal and financial gains. But here's the important part. They play it off as they're helping others to just gain attraction. Also reaching out to Mad to help further the narratives, twist, and manipulation that they have created. The normal tactics the Jerry Springer type shows on YouTube do time after time. Supposedly Mad came out with a video to debunk, but basically isn't saying anything more than what the hate channels already created for narrative and twists based off their own lack of attention spans of my words and reasons spoken of that I did during that show for their own benefit. Anybody can trim clip audio out, create a crafty trim edit, add a little blur, and say the words spoke never happened. Can they not, Trey? You do a lot of editing, bro. Can you not?
Yeah, dude. Even after the fact. So if I post a video right now and I drop some bombs in there, if I want to, I can go in there a day later, an hour later, 6 months later, and I can snip, cut, and chop and fix the audio issues or whatever is being shown. I can blur it out.
And cut out stuff to where it sounds like you didn't even say it. Yep. Am I correct?
You're 100% correct. And typically by the time I were to do something like that, the traction or the amount of people that already seen that is done and gone, and they have that narrative and they're out there running with it. So now, even if I do fix it, they're not going to come back and watch the video I fixed.
Now, my name wasn't mentioned because she didn't take the time to look up who I was before she said what she said, but my face was on the camera.
Yeah, multiple.
So, yeah. Yes, Matt did edit the video the same day I reached out an email back in April. It was, I think, 10 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours before she even responded to my initial email. And then you got to think of the edit process after that while my name, or not my name, but my face is being shown before the edit even takes place. She did an apology video the next day, again, which is why I moved past it after that day and never mentioned what took place. So after that video edit came out and I saw that what was said was taken out and that my face, that was nice to have my face blurred too. Right. While she kept talking about it, that was nice as well. I thought, you know what? That's a really nice, that's cool. I reached out to her. It took some time, but at least she clipped out the audio and she went beyond the blur that I was thinking that she was gonna. And I'm like, cool, that's really cool. So I didn't even worry about mentioning it. It was never, ever a thing to me after that. And we're talking April 23rd. It was never a thing to me anymore. In fact, That's why I said I respected her. If you listen to what I said a couple nights ago. But just like what I stated at the top of this post, when she started scolding and bashing her own community, but also Sebastian's community as well, for the same exact reasons as what she did to us back in April. And she took it really did a number on us, didn't it, bro? For our
Dude,
searches?
it was hell on earth because people were bombarding chats, bombarding comments, coming in, and they're like, "Is the SO there? Is the SO there? I can't believe you. I'm so disappointed." I'm like, it's me and CJ. You see anybody here? Like,
You got some of it too, bro.
dude, it was hell on earth.
It was. And it was disgusting and uncalled for and not even warranted. So, after those reasons, that's why it had to be brought up 8 months later. So, I said, don't be fooled because these tactics from others have been on display way before we even came around, before me and Trey even had a channel. These tactics were on display. They will use these against you too.
Oh yeah.
If they haven't already. So there's the post. That's the reason. Since there's a whole bunch of people that want to give the reason, there's the reason. There you go. Now, when it comes to that episode, members only. And that's even, and listen, it's still up there. They wanted to attack the short form video, which you guys saw, based off of me displaying an email of Michelle's during the presentation of what I was showing you that night. But at the same time, you can go to her channel and click on her About Me and literally email her at the same address. Tell me how that makes sense, bro.
It doesn't add up at all.
It don't do it. But you know what? Like I've always said, it don't matter to me, okay? That content, listen, I'm not worried about it. No. I can literally, and I'm fine. I can, like I told you guys the other night when I was saying it, and I did it live. I'm fine. I could appeal it. Am I going to appeal it? It's not worth it to me. I don't really care. What I do care about is this right here. The true message of the events, the reason, and the why, and what took place. And I appreciate you for being up here tonight, because honestly, I didn't even write this until 5 hours ago, and you were one of the ones that was along with us out there that was affected by this BS. And you can speak to it too, because it's not just CJ making up some BS. This is
man.
real shit, real life.
It was a combo, and the hits just kept coming. I remember seeing the video whenever she made it. I like never really followed her before. I didn't even hear about her, but her feeds her view video started popping up in my feed, and I'm like, "What's this?" And it's like Sebastian's name in it. So like, okay, cool. Here's some facts. And then I remember seeing the one, and it has you. I think we're at the pond or something, and she's talking about a SO, and I'm like, and the camera pans to you, and I'm like, dude, I was like, people are gonna be so fucking confused. Like, they're gonna think CJ's the damn SO because they don't know who these people are. And I was like, oh my god. And I'm like, well, maybe in my head, I'm like, well, maybe people will be smart enough to look and research. But no, they're just taking the title, her talking, clips, and you got multiple people in it, and then it pans to you, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
And even after all that, when she, even later on, 8-10 hours later, messaged me back and said, what part timestamp, right?
Yeah.
And when, like I said a minute ago, when she clipped out the audio and she blurred way beyond what I thought she was going to, and I was like, you know what? That's a really cool move, man. Even though you didn't really,
the thing is,
you could have edited it a little differently before you hit post.
Yeah.
That was a really cool move. And so to me, I was like, listen, I'm 150. I
even
just
after
tossed it. I'm like, that's cool. You know,
even
even
after it was
after
fixed, though, the
even
damage was already
after
done.
even after everything that we went through, to me, I'm 150, man. I gotta give more of myself to somebody else. And to me, I was like, you know what? There's a lot of other people saying shit that
Oh
just,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And they're just like, and then when they find out the actual truth, and then they just keep spinning it anyway. That's
Oh yeah,
not the
they'll run
truth
with it.
because they don't want to show that they're wrong because it's an ego thing. Then it's like, yeah, you're just an ugly ass soul.
They,
You know what I'm
people like that
saying?
would never say, "Hey, I
So I
was
gotta,
wrong."
so I had to give her the extra. And so even
At
though
least
I
she did
was
it.
right, because she wasn't the only one, and this is what I said the other night. She was not the only one. There was a
Oh
lot of
no.
people that were creating this situation, but what she did was like I said, like you just said, you go to the video, you watched it, and you're like, holy shit, I can't believe she did this. Busby saw the shit, holy shit. I think Busby's the one that actually reached out to me and said, bro, did you see this? And I'm like, what? And then I saw it, and I'm like, what the
Yeah, just the madness. There's another creator that did the same thing, and their video was taken down for community guidelines strike. I forgot
yeah,
what
so
exactly. It didn't say what it is, but it's easy to figure out what the reason it was taken down.
So here's the link if you want the post for yourself. It's already been viewed a whole bunch and people are making shows out of it or whatever. But it'll be on members only right now. And like I said, Saturday night, it was a late night show. I wanted to talk about the reality of the situation because that wasn't the only topic we discussed. And I wanted to discuss the reality of the situation and what is going on with the Sebastian Rogers case and all of this, the $5.49 spirit talker,
Yeah, boy.
and you know what I mean, and then this stuff. It's like, why are you attacking you? Because I came across the video, and that's how I even went to go look in the comment section of the people that were attacking her from her own community because I heard what she said, and she was calling out somebody from her, like from her own community, and it was just something about February 23rd. And all of a sudden it's like, damn, all of a sudden I'm watching this and it's making a video about one of her own community members, and she's just dogging them about their intelligence, and she's tired of the circus and all this other stuff, and she keeps referring back to this same community member. And then I go to look in the comment section, and that's when I'm sitting there reading like, damn, people in the comment section are even saying, what is wrong with you? You used to be such a really cool channel, and it's like you're a hate channel anymore.
See,
I
that's what
can't do it. And I'm like, what is she doing? So that's when I'm sitting there going, okay, let me play this again so I can listen to it fully. And as I listen to it fully, then I'm sitting there going, you're sitting there screaming at your own people and people for Sebastian about fact checking and creating a circus and hindering efforts. And I'm sitting there going, lady, what you did to me, although you fixed it, what you did to me 8 months ago, what did you, what it was I supposed to like do the same to you, but times a million? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I didn't even do none. We didn't even talk about it. People, when I was talking about it a couple nights ago, they were like, whoa, this happened? And I'm
Yeah,
like,
people
yeah,
don't.
they didn't
A lot
know
of people
because
weren't there for that.
I
It
didn't
is.
bring it up. I wasn't making a topic out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when I'm sitting there seeing the attacks going on to not only from her community, but Sebastian's community, I'm just sitting there going, lady. So it wasn't about like, hey, she needs to fix it. Like I said, you could see it was already fixed. But what I'm saying and what the message was is what I said in the post. It was about, why are you going after people for what you did 8 months ago? And I didn't say nothing. why are you going after these people? These people just care. Just like we all do. We care about finding Sebastian. We care about questioning all theories, thoughts, and opinions because there is no direction. We're
It's the,
trying as a community everything we can to try and figure it out. Whether you're here or you're there, you're still talking about different things. You're trying to figure out where is Sebastian.
as many of us there as there are. Can you imagine if they were to come out and say, "Hey, direction to travel." If you, man,
That's
it
why
would help so much. We'd all. I think there'd be 10 plus different. I don't want to say groups, but out there searching in that direction.
that's why I keep stressing right now the two key words: last seen, why, and who, or what, or
Right.
where, or blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, no foul play, no video, no direction for you either.
Yeah, there's got to be something, especially with the last sighting.
Sarah, I already listen. I have a lot of lawyer friends. Yoli's one of them here in chat right now. I have a lot of lawyer friends. Okay, trust me. As soon as I was like, what the hell?
No, yeah,
I already knew right there. I was like, this is like slam dunk. Thank you, ma'am.
oh yeah, that'd
Now,
be 100%
now,
cut and dry. But
now, when it came to across the pond, that shit can be a little tricky. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That could be a little tricky. So it's like, well, and then boom, she edited it out, blurred the video past the second point that I was even thinking she would. And I'm like, cool. I'm just gonna move on. I got more important things to do. I got, you know, information, searches, uh, organizing, all these different I got better stuff to do than sit there and wait.
you got to use your energy
You
for
know,
better things. Even though it would be nice to clear everything up, but
I thought it was, I thought it was cool. I was like, sweet. That's why I was like, you know what, I respect you. And I continued to be a loyal person. But lately I was with that, and I'm just going, okay, I just saw the other video before this one and you were kind of, and I'm like, what is going on? And then I'm just like, okay, come on now. You're sitting there trashing people that really, what
they
was so bad about what, and then I'm going through the chats, and that's where it really got to me, is after going through the comment section, and I'm just like, these are people that care about Sebastian. These are people that care about finding Sebastian. These are people that are just trying to bring up theories, thoughts, and opinions to try and help. And to sit there and criticize these people, it's why I brought it up in the live stream. Before I even said anything, I was like, when I was that kid in school and I would sit there and see somebody get bullied and they couldn't stand up for themselves, my ass was rushing over there to fix the situation for them because I cared that much about people. Like, I will literally be the most loyal, loving MFer you've ever known in your life. And I know I can slam my foot down and stand on that shit because I really do. That's what I'm about. And it's that's how I felt. I felt like I was like, man, what the, this is Sebastian's community. I'm just going to tell people what she did to me.
People can't. Sometimes people don't like the truth.
It is what it is. We're moving on. I just wanted to address the community post for a few minutes and let people that might not see it or haven't seen it really understand, like, this is the why, this is the how, this is the, instead of you having to watch the 4 hours or whatever, which I know it's a lot, but there's the community post for you right there. Couple minute read. There you go. All right. So I do, speaking of the 25th and the 26th, All right. I want to bring this up and I want to show this. Now, again, we've all seen this. This was the message back on December 19th to TBI. All right. Clarify when Sebastian was last seen. Hi, can you please tell me if Sebastian Rogers was last, quote, seen on February 26th or last, quote, sane on February 25th? Many of us are trying to find out the true facts and not listen to gossip, so I wanted to get the information straight from you. Thank you so much. Now, they responded and said, thanks for messaging us. We try to be as responsive as possible, but this account isn't it. Thank you so very much. This account isn't monitored 24/7. We'll get back to you soon. And then it says Sebastian Rogers was last seen on February 26th. Now, I want to show something from the Sumner County Commissioner.
See, I've always, not to stop you, but I've always said the same thing. Like, wouldn't his mom have seen him on the 25th? But then the report always said the 26th. I was like, not to say, it was always confusing.
Don Schmidt, Sumner County Commissioner.
See, I seen this one. I knew I seen a flyer. It said February 25th. So it's like, what is... I don't know.
And look, this description actually mentions family, right? Now look at this. See what it says right here, people?
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Right? 10 p.m.
His mother called out to him to keep it down, which he responded. So I mean, that gives you the time frame there.
It gives you a lot more, don't it?
Yeah. I mean, you even get that, at which point the mother called out to him to keep it down, and he responded.
It says the most that you've ever read.
So if that's factual, which it seems to be because it's coming from the commissioner, right?
Sumner County Commissioner.
Then he called out. So at 10 p.m., he was still in the house.
Yeah.
And that's going off of their information. Not speculation. We're not pulling this out of left field. This is right here.
This tells you the damn truth, bro. Because this is what we've known all along. Sebastian was living with his mother and stepfather.
Yeah.
When he disappeared, right?
Exactly. 100%.
On the night of February 25th at 10 p.m., according to the mother, she reported hearing a thud from his room, at which point the mother called out to him to keep it down. Not, are you okay?
Yeah. Like it went from concerning to just keep it down, and he actually responded.
What does that sound to you, bro? If you're or you're busy trying to study, keep it down.
Yeah, if I'm studying, it's like, hey.
That's a totally different concern, is it not, bro?
Two different concerns. I'm more concerned about my studying. That's just for my opinion. Or if I was live right now, I'm just like, keep it down in there.
And that's a good question, K-Mac. Why would the TBI report 226? That's what I'm saying. That's why the two words last seen have been really on my mind for a week. I'm sitting there going,
So already you have two different agencies with two different public reports. What is fact and what is fiction?
Okay. So at which point the mother called out to him to keep it down, which he responded. The following morning, he was reported missing and an Amber Alert was issued. Are these all true events and everything that we've known this whole time? Yes. His cell phone, shoes, and belongings were still in the house. His case sparked widespread attention with numerous searches being conducted. To this day, his disappearance remains a mystery. Now we're going to go to the only person, because we even heard this from Seth on one of his lives when they had a press conference. Didn't you guys do a double take when you heard Seth go, they had the press conference in an area where they don't allow civilians, and you had to have an invite, and the only person that got in was N.Divers.
When they said that, I was sitting there going, like,
not even a parent.
It's a missing kid.
Not even a parent. So you want to know what? It's basically the same thing as what law enforcement and N.Divers have been putting out. Not with the commissioner, but what N.Divers. This was on February 26th. Sebastian was last seen earlier today, February 26th. Sebastian, that's when the post was.
In the area.
Sebastian was last seen earlier today in the area of Stafford Court. Okay, that's cool. So let's go to this one then. Let's go to the next N.Divers one. All right. Let's see if it pops up. Here it is. All right. It's not letting me zoom for some reason. Hold on. It's being weird. Let's try and there we go. I can zoom this one. Let's close out of this. Thank you, April. Ticket 97. Let's see. Let me zoom in. Yeah, this one right here. Okay. All right. So it says the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has issued an endangered child alert. Last seen earlier today in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. Officials say he is about 5'5", tall, 120 pounds, and has brown hair, brown eyes. He was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Sebastian is autistic and may not be able to return safely without assistance. Anyone with information about Sebastian's whereabouts is encouraged to call Sumner County Sheriff's Office 615-451-3838 or TBI at 1-800-TBI. Fine. Just like what Ellie's reporting, last seen February 26th in the area of Stafford Court, not what this gentleman has said, which is way more information, gives you, this is what I feel what an officer was told.
That's what I'm thinking. It's more forthcoming
when she was first interviewed.
And it's almost like with the other ones, I don't want to say this one's buried. Like if you were looking for this, how hard was it to find this one?
The team found it.
It's like, does it pop up or do you get the other one?
No, it's on Facebook. Well, there's another one, but look, this is what I want to show you guys. Because the new one actually has a different date.
The new one does?
Yeah. So I'm going to show you that one. Let's see.
Man, there's a lot of backpedaling going on.
Hold on. Where did it go? second. Can't find the photo. All right, here we go. So this was posted December 20th, okay? And I'll go ahead and make this large screen. Okay, so this was posted December 20th. Now look at the date. Last seen February 26th. This was a post from the same person. December 20th. Last seen February 26, 2024 in the area Stafford Court near Beach High School. But look at that. February 26th was the date changed. But look at what else was added, bro.
Beach High School in Hendersonville. Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah.
How? Okay, so Stafford Court is totally not that actual. I mean, it's close, but it ain't that close. So
Beach High School's on the other side of
the other neighborhood,
the pond,
and then you got the church, the cemetery, then the school.
Yep,
that's a big. That's a big gap.
Yeah, it is, bro.
So is that? Are they saying? Are they implying that's the direction that he was going?
That's where he was spotted. That's why all of the as we're sitting here going, when was he last seen? The 25th or the 26th? Because we've been hearing this the whole time.
Yep.
We've been hearing this the whole time, right? Which is not the 26th. People are sitting there going, oh my gosh, what's the difference? The Amber Alert was reported on the 26th. He was reported missing on the 26th. Yeah, but you know what? When this pops up, this gives you the reason. We weren't saying he wasn't last seen on the 26th to all the people that were having fits. What we're saying was where, who, what? And look, just like the other one where that dude's dropping you some gold nuggets, guess what this is right here?
Yeah, a nugget.
Beach High School. That's a huge nugget, bro. Beach High School.
Man.
Okay. So I'm gonna take you to
and he's still not on camera anywhere. That's what's mind-boggling.
I'm gonna take you to the area.
You know the high school's got to have cameras that hit that road.
Well, let's see how far it is from Stafford Court. Okay, we're gonna do a distance check. We're gonna see Stafford Court.
That's a gap, dude.
Beach High School.
And okay, that's a straight shot.
We'll be generous, okay? The very front tip of that Beach High School property, because maybe it was right here. Okay, yes, maybe somebody's seen him right here, right? So let's be generous. 636 meters. Is that in the area of Stafford Court?
No.
I mean,
that's wild, man.
Kentucky can be in the area of Stafford Court. It depends on what area you're talking about. So you're generalizing the statement. You see what I'm saying? Because
if you were sending an officer to that area for the first call, you wouldn't say Stafford Court in the area of Beach High School. You'd want to narrow that down a lot more. I don't know. That's just weird.
Let me flip it over here so you can have the zoomed in.
You would want like a cross street. Like you want, I don't know.
Did she say that she seen him that morning?
Sure,
right?
We'll see if he was there.
She just said yeah. Right? Was she the one that accidentally said? But then again, when it comes to December 20th, that was just 10 days ago. This is the Sumner County Commissioner stating Beach High School. It's crazy.
Dude, I don't.
This is why we were asking for a week. Okay, was he really last seen? Now, who saw him at Beach High School? Because let's go back, and we're going to go into this weekend. We're going to dig into the audio. We're going to go back to the audio and dig into it, the dispatch audio. Somebody on the dispatch audio said that they seen him, right?
I remember that.
Did this come from LE? Was the witness of us, the witness statement on the dispatch audio, was this officer looking near Beach High School, and was he the one that led to the Beach High School being included about this flyer?
Man, not to throw everything off in the wrong direction, but let's just say that he was seen. I mean, it's what this is saying. It's near Beach High School. So if he was seen in the area of Beach High School, they would be impossible for. Anyway,
did they say cemetery? Did they say Beach Cumberland Presbyterian Church?
No.
Did they say the construction pond? Did they say the construction area? No, they didn't. And yeah, that's why I mentioned Kentucky, Buzz, because it's not that far away. But really, you could say it's in the area. It's in the area of Stafford Court, being 20, and it's what I'm saying. Like Beach High School is a different area than the area of Stafford Court, because there's a church, there's a cemetery, there's a housing development.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of area to cover.
There's another row of houses before that street. Now, if I'm saying the area, I'm saying the area of Stafford Court as it's this area.
It's its own area, in my opinion.
Right? Not all the way over here near Beach High School. Now, there was a lot of searches, and I'll go ahead and kind of zoom back and show you guys. There was a lot of the searches going on during the dispatch audio that were all taking place around this area, okay? So inside this area where all these searches were taking place, and I'm just going to focus on this section of it when it comes to what we're talking about. When it comes to the witness, Beach High School, this is why I think the dispatch audio is what's being used, because when you're listening to the dispatch audio, this right here, let me go back here. This area right here is what you're really hearing for the dispatch audio, and you can see something by Beach High School from that construction area, because remember what we were talking about before. When it comes to the elevation of that construction area back when Sebastian went missing, it's completely different now. The elevation back then was way higher, and you had a higher elevation of view when it came to Beach High School in the cemetery, because the elevation goes from left to right, going down. As you're going to the right, elevation is going down. Everything you see on the left is a lot higher than what you see on the right. Huge difference. Huge difference. And so that's where I'm thinking, okay, maybe that's why they haven't, even though there's not foul play, even though there's no direction, even though there's, it's kind of interesting, this has been removed from all other information. Beach High School. Was this the last seen on February 26th because they used a witness description from law enforcement that you hear on dispatch? And if so, why is that? Because why would you want to mislead the public if what one of your officers didn't see, in fact, what he thought he saw in real time, because people are human, why would that date and that area and that narrative be continued? Did it not go back to 10 o'clock, February 25th? Why would only Nick Barris be able to have access? Why is Nick Barris saying the same thing that law enforcement is, but the Sumner County Commissioner is giving you nuggets and anything that he puts out there? Why is his voice not being heard?
Yeah, it didn't add up.
He's existing. It's just not getting that much attention, especially what was posted 10 days ago. The Beach High School. So again, if there's no foul play and it was a mistake from the officer, you heard the dogs getting hits on the dispatch audio, and then you heard and will hear Ken Widener sit there and tell you again today, because he got interviewed again today from Nick Barris, and he will tell you again today that there were no dog trails for Sebastian. You heard the dog trails and the hits on the dispatch audio. He's corrected that information since March 26th. You've heard the witness on dispatch audio see him, but why has that information only been half brought back? Because only half of it was brought back. You brought back Beach High School, and you brought back the time.
If he was truly seen there, it's impossible for there not to be a freaking tracker trail.
You brought it back to Stafford instead of Beach, church, construction area. You got rid of half of the truth. You got rid of Beach. You got rid of the church area. You got rid of back to Stafford. You even got rid of the construction area where all the hits were saying. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to dispatch audio, you heard this, they went back. Human. You heard this. We're only going to go back a little bit. Why is that? Why would you not want to sit there and say, okay, well, that last scene really wasn't last scene, like the dog hit really wasn't the dog hit. We want to make sure we have the facts out there, so we're going to go back to the last scene, and that would be 10 p.m. on the 25th. And why is that not taking place? I don't know. It's real confusing, man.
It is confusing as hell. Even to have been there, worked it, see how others have worked it. Between the dispatch audio, it's like, okay, the dog's tracked. And then, no. There was no tracks. But wait a minute, he was seen in this area of Beach High School and Stafford Court. But again, note the dogs didn't track. It's like, you mean to tell me you can see somebody walking down the road? Yeah, inquiring minds want to know, law enforcement. Clear it up, because the misinformation, y'all are, in my opinion, y'all are confusing the hell out of me. And this is just going off information that you have released. Not hearing third party. This is all factual stuff that y'all have put out, and it's confusing the hell out of everybody. And then you say, talk about credible sources. So it's like, well, people are trying to figure out. They're taking information you've put out, trying to make sense of it. And then y'all are getting mad about credible sources. Like, we're not stating facts or anything like that. We're just asking questions that a million people, the entire nation, the world is wanting to know.
If it was your kid.
Exactly. And it matters because we can't find Sebastian. So it does matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all want the same outcome, and that is for Sebastian to be brought home or found. And I hate to say it like that, but this far into it, this amount of misinformation coming from law enforcement, here's your misinformation. It's like, what is factual whenever you're
It's smoke. It's the fog. It's the fog between you and the truth, bro. It's that fog. We're gonna back up a little bit.
Yeah, and then this day and age, it's hard to backpedal. So you need to come out and be open about what you can. At
They
least
need a new statement.
the
They need a
information.
new statement.
Yeah, the information that they've put out, they need to compile and say, look, this is what has been corrected.
They need more than that. They need to include this.
Yep.
They need to include Beach High School. They need to include the time that he was last seen. Don't give me last seen early hours. No. If somebody's seen him, give us a time.
Yeah, you would have.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that they themselves need to speak up about, because look, this sitting back here, you know, and taking 2 minutes to sit down and basically regurgitate the same stuff. Listen, you got so many you want to talk about inconsistencies when we're going to be getting into this interview with Olivia and stuff. Look at the inconsistencies here. We're sitting here asking about these inconsistencies on these interviews, and we're asking about these inconsistencies when it comes to the people in positions of power and what they're doing and how they're helping. And right here, it's like I said, this is like off of a report from one of the first officers that talked to her. Straight up, right off a report. Right off of a report that maybe had some other stuff cut out from it, but it's right from, you know, okay, so when did you last see him? Okay, see you last, okay. Notes written down, and then the Sumner County Commissioner took those notes and added with and stuff like that. So you know, to show you what was being notated during the interview.
It's interesting to see the confusion or the smoke between all the different statements from law enforcement. And then as a searcher, this is just from my perspective, Cal Topo was fully accessible, their map, and randomly it's gone. And I would like to know if that map is at least intact or if it's actually gone. Because like my access is gone.
Busby. No, that's the thing. If his head is speaking to his tail, like that's what they're doing. And they're expecting people to buy this because you got people out there going, there's no difference. This is why it's the 26th. And it's no, you need to look at the fine print. Don't just sign up for the credit card before you read the fine print. You know what I'm saying?
People don't. Some people don't.
Boom. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't have any. I just, there's no way I'll ever have one. But, when I read all of them when they're coming in the mail, you know what I mean? And I'm like, you read them, 40%. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. You know, like, whoa, holy crap. This is like, I hope people are reading this one, right?
Miss one payment and you owe us the limit on your card.
Yeah. Or it goes up to like 25% and this and that. And I'm just like, dang. And it's the same thing. You got to read the fine print. And when you're seeing what he put out there just on the 20th as well, you know, I feel like this person is really probably going to be the most honest out of all of them when it comes to information about what was exactly reported or took place or why this says what. Because to me, after I see Beach High School, I see what he wrote there, and then you take that with everything that we've been going through the last week. Now you start to see they're just not being forthcoming when it comes to their statements on last seen. Because like I said, Busby, yeah, I know Kentucky's only, 30 miles away, you said? But that's what I'm saying. You could be like, oh, it's in the area of Stafford Court.
Sorry, Michael. It's Cal Topo. It's a map that law enforcement and emergency management used. And it basically, Any searcher with a phone can activate their location, and it'll keep track of everywhere that they have been throughout that period until they hit stop tracking, and then they can compile everything and then literally see exactly what has been searched, how it was searched, within reason, and then get the data off of that so they know what areas that have been covered and then need to be covered. But law enforcement had that map, and then I had access to that map, and then I tried to use it one day, and it was absolutely just all my access was gone, and it didn't tell you if that map was deleted or if it's just a authorization thing as far as they removed my access. So I don't know what the answer is, but it was helping because it had the caves that had been searched, the 5 mile radius spots in that location that had been searched, and then it had addresses that were outside that 5 mile radius that for whatever reason had been searched, and then some places far off the beaten path. And then there was I won't speak on that because I don't know what the issue was with that was, but there was an area that had been searched, maybe, unless someone just had their tracker on in a different state. But
no, they're good maps. I first came across them when we went out to Pennsylvania for Cavalcante. I first came across them. They're amazing maps. They really are. They're very useful, very beneficial, and spot on when it comes to like tracking everything. And
I will say they are great when you get lost. If you turn it on, if you turn it on before you go in the woods or something, you'll be able to find your way back out.
All right. So I wanted to bring that up because with this 25th, 26th, I'm still going to ask, like, who and when and what time, what time, where, who, what. Even if you don't want to mention who, at least, okay, if you've seen him, at least it's better than, because listen, if you've seen him walking away, if this witness statement, right, on the 26th is 100, and it's not Katie, and it's him and just him, then why forget the interviews? Forget watching the interviews of the parents. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
If this witness statement saw him that morning by himself, no foul play,
dude, that would clear up so many things.
Then we're not. Why we can go into the parents' interviews again some other time in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
it wouldn't matter. I mean, it kind of would. I don't want to say it wouldn't matter if something.
No, because there's a reason why he left.
Exactly.
So you still have to go back to it, but
it would help.
We know that it was then. There's so much more attention that can be focused on so many other things at that point. And that's where I'm coming from. So we'll watch this real quick. This is just a few-minute video. This is the newest video where you hear no dog scent. You hear, there's just nothing. This is N.Divers. You'll hear Ken Widener on here. He's the head of the, all the searches and everything like that. So we'll just we'll check this out here real quick, and then we'll be right back here.
This disappearance, though, remains sadly a confounding mystery. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who vanished without a trace from his home in Hendersonville 10 months ago. As N.Divers tells us, his Amber Alert is still active. The case remains open. So many of you have continued to follow any developments in what has become one of the top stories of this past year.
Sebastian Rogers, a now 16-year-old with autism, vanished from his Hendersonville home in Sumner County sometime overnight on February 26th earlier this year. It was reported he left the house barefoot and with a flashlight. There was a massive search effort from ground and air in the first 8 days after the teen disappeared.
This is the system that we use to track all of our
searchers. Sumner County EMA Director Ken Widener spearheaded the search using crews on foot and drones. Divers searched ponds. Spelunkers were called in to check sinkholes.
The white dots are caved and they've all been searched.
Bloodhounds and cadaver dogs were used, but contrary to some reports,
none of them, my understanding, were actually on a trail that was following Sebastian.
Search efforts then continued for months. There was simply no trace of the teen found, no scent trail, no security video, nothing. It was as though Sebastian simply vanished.
I'm hoping he's still alive. You know, that's my main hope right now, is that he's not deceased. I mean, I keep praying that he's alive. I keep praying that somebody's going to see him, that somebody's going to call 911.
Seth Rogers shares custody of his son Sebastian, who was staying with his mother and stepfather the night he disappeared. His mother was the only one home when Sebastian went missing. Authorities say all three parents have fully cooperated.
Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
I did ask Sheriff Eric Craddock about exclusive home security video we obtained from the neighborhood the night Sebastian disappeared. You can see two suspicious light sources circled here in an area behind the teen's home.
No evidentiary value?
It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No,
Why?
because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so
Okay, so if they're garbage truck light,
Dude, that's if you're one to, yeah, that makes no sense. If it has
there-
nothing to do with it, you would want to say, look, it has nothing to do with it. It's a darn garbage truck or whatever it is. I don't know, man. That one was weird. And then he also had to pause and then wait and give an answer, which means he really actually had to think about it for a second instead of flowing.
but you already checked the landfill.
I don't
So,
know.
and you found nothing. So, what's what's the problem?
It doesn't. It's the weirdest. That interview's. I don't know, man.
It just makes
I can't explain what people are thinking. You know, I'm not inside their head for 5 seconds, but why can't you answer that? It's an ongoing investigation. Okay, we get that.
Sumner County Commissioner can,
Yeah.
but not them.
It
And
has
now,
no-
now all of a sudden, the lights are being held close to the vest.
has no
So-
evidentiary value, but I can't tell you about it.
So, if there was no foul play, why can't you say anything?
You would want to. I mean, I would want to.
Right? If there's no foul play, why so secret?
Maybe in
Feel good?
time. There's no. It's been way too much time. I can't even say that.
But there's
If it
no
has
foul
no-
play.
It has no evidentiary value, but he can't answer it. You think you'd want to clear it up? What happened to the trash truck?
They went and checked the landfill with no hazmat suits or grid search or
Y'all, real quick, I grew up on a landfill in Kentucky. I used to drive a car because my stepdaddy ran the damn landfill. Landfills are massive. We used to shoot pigeons, not pigeons, but seagulls with a 270. They're going to pass away anyway because they eat the garbage. We'd go there on Saturdays and Sundays. They're massive. And they're layer upon layer. And it's truck after truck after truck. That was in Uniontown, Kentucky. It was a Dozer company, Dozer Co. Anyway, they're no longer in business. But landfills are massive, and I can't imagine searching a landfill not in that amount of time. That's just my opinion. Have y'all ever seen a trash truck? Like an actual track, like not the trash truck, but the trucks the semis have, or the truck and trailer. You're talking about a lot to go through.
hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta
You're good, man.
I gotta take this phone call real quick. Just 1 second.
It's heavy equipment and dozers. Constantly moving it and moving it and moving it. So here we are almost a year later, y'all. And the misinformation from the information that we've gathered, public information, public statements from law enforcement, and it's just trying to decipher that information to get the direction that we need to see where Sebastian went. Yeah, no evidence of foul play only means no evidence. It's like people question why we do this, and it's because this entire time, you know, from the areas that we have searched, from the areas that everyone else has searched, law enforcement, we literally had access to the Caltapo map. You could see all the areas that have been searched from law enforcement, and they're trying to pinpoint or get the direction that we need to go. Seems impossible. Yeah, it's super sad. Would be 16 years old. Should be playing video games. Man. Just living his life, and instead, we have no idea if he's here or not here.
All right, sorry about that.
You're good, man. Let's try not to go on a rant.
All right, so we'll listen to what he says again. Now the trash truck, or I'm sorry, now the lights are close to the vest.
Cooperated.
Any evidence of foul play?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
I did ask Sheriff
see
Eric
the-
Craddock about exclusive home security.
Go ahead.
You see the eye slant to the left?
Yeah.
He's recalling information that he has, and then processing it about what he can actually tell you.
To the right, I'm
I don't know how this.
I'm creating. To the right, I'm creating. To the left, I'm recalling.
I also don't know how cameras play out as far as if this is actually his left or right, like what we're actually seeing. I know the badge is on his left side, but you can have your camera mirrored and all that.
Oh, I'm sure that's how it is. But absolutely no signs of foul play. And then this right here.
Video we obtained from the neighborhood the night Sebastian disappeared. You can see two suspicious light sources circled here in an area behind the teen's home.
No evidentiary value?
It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No.
Why?
See, no evidentiary value. No, we can't tell you.
That makes no sense.
And then he said, why? I can't. No, I'm not. It's like, dude, why? Why so secret? That's why I put it under his face on that thumbnail for the other video. Why so secret, man? All of it.
Old school
All
cops.
Why?
Because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so
The investigation remains ongoing, but there's no value of it for the investigation, so I don't know why we have to be quiet about it. And then he doesn't even press him. He gets exclusive access. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's not going to press too hard,
There's a reason.
or else they'd shut it down. In my opinion.
I'll just say this: he's a really good, and I'll just say this: there's a reason he gets the access, and he's a really good investigator. There you go. Put 2 and 2 together.
So it
Yeah.
could play a role down the road depending on developments?
I get special access now.
We don't know what we don't know. So, yes, it could play a role.
The sheriff concedes there are parts of the investigation that cannot be shared with the public. To date, authorities have investigated hundreds of tips, but they have produced no confirmed sightings and no.
And I'm going to pause it real quick because every time I see that photo, I got to let it pause.
Right there.
Where do you see the hazmat suits? The only personal protective equipment that you see. And think about it, people. You have to have certain equipment when you might come across a body and some fluids. You're walking around with just a little COVID mask and some blue latex gloves.
Dude, they're so nasty.
And where's the grid? When you watch this video, they're just picking stuff up and dropping it around, and half of them are standing in a group talking, and just different here and there, here and there, here and there. So it's like, okay. So when I'm telling you, about when I talked to that officer that lives in this county, and she was there during this search, and I was talking to her and asking her, okay, like, this is what I heard. Is this true? And it was it not only validated what we heard, but she even said some interesting choice of words that I'm not repeating when it comes when it comes to this search that was taking place. Because her responsibility was just to secure the perimeter and make sure, nothing, just basically stand there and make sure nobody was doing anything. But she watched everything that took place, and she was like, oh, yeah, no. And you can see it right here. There's zoomed back versions, too, that you can see, and it's literally, if he really did... If he really did go here, I honestly, with the way that you worked at a landfill, right? You know how that stuff works.
I grew up there. I was a kid, my stepdad, but it's layers. So it'll be like trash, some kind of layer barrier,
layers,
trash,
a little
layer
bit of water,
because those layers catch on fire.
Yeah, yep, from all the gases.
Yep.
And it's like it's like gas and dirt mixture, water and dirt mixture. They create like a pocket, and then they put more, and it's another pocket, more, and it's another pocket. But before it gets to that point, and you'll know this too, before it gets to that point, it's compacted.
Yeah,
and
heavy machinery will run over it I won't say a million times, but it looks very pretty when they get done.
Yes, and those big machines that have the wheels that are metal, and they got the
graders and
to pack it down, and it's over and over and over, and the different processes of mixing and compacting and all that other stuff. By the time it gets there, you know what I'm saying? So when you're looking at this search, when it got to this point in the landfill, and you're like, dang, you're just lifting little things up, and you're not figuring out a grid and sifting through things. And, like you would expect to see, like, basically what they did for Quentin Simons.
Dude, they should have had the zone or the area that the trucks had dumped that day that trash came in, and then set up a grid pattern.
Number one, they should have had the proper clothing if they really were serious about this search. It's almost like they sent a bunch of people up there and said, all right, just go look around and see if you can find anything. Like, it wasn't even like, hey, we got this interesting tip. you know? And
Yeah.
just after you saw what happened to Quentin Simon, as law enforcement, you're not gonna, just because it's in a different part of the country, you're not gonna sit there and go, holy hell, we just got this tip. We need to do, and if you don't have the resources, that's when you call in all the other resources. Hey, we need assistance. That's what the hell happened out in for Quentin Simon. The FBI went out there.
Oh, dude,
They
you would want
needed assistance. You can get the assistance. This is children, you know. They will step up. And
if I'm going to search a landfill, I want 300 people minimum. I mean, you're gonna want everybody you possibly can get.
yeah, and you're gonna set things for points of reference and all sorts of stuff so you can have that grid.
You got to have the pictures too, before, during, and after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so every time we come across this, I just always have to pause on it, because it's like, I really want to remind people, just like with Idaho 4 and the DNA dirty glove. Whenever I come across that drone video, I got to sit there and pause it and replay 10 seconds of it to show you that they stepped on blue latex gloves that landed on the ground, and then she put them in her pocket with other new gloves from her pack, and didn't even throw the one away when she threw something else away. And her partner even knew that she stepped on him, because she kept hitting her partner's leg to lift her leg so she could pick up the glove. And then they walked into the crime scene and were taking photos of evidence inside. That's why I say Brian Koberger's DNA could literally have been walking on spit right before you get into Jack in the Box in Pullman. It ended up on that lady's boot. She goes out there to the crime scene after she went to Jack in the Box, and then steps on that glove, and next thing you know, the glove that she just stepped on, that she stepped on spit at Jack in the Box, all of a sudden enters the pocket. Yep. And then they're going into the crime scene, putting the gloves on, taking photos, and picking up evidence and taking more photos. Same thing. Every time I'm going to stop it on this. People need to realize this. There's a lot of people that don't.
Tips, but they have produced no confirmed sightings and no solid leads. As a result, social media has taken hold of the case with wild speculation from less than credible sources.
The rumor mill on social media has done nothing to advance this case.
But even now, nearly a year later,
him being secret has done nothing to advance the case. That's what it is.
Once it says rumor mill, and then you wonder why there's a rumor mill, because y'all have put out multiple different statements. I don't want to say facts, but multiple different
verbiage. or different people in the whole collective group of the investigation and what's going on. Yeah. Maybe some people may be saying the same thing, but their buddy and their partner is saying something else. Just like, what if one partner said something else and the other one, just like you're interviewing, hey, what happened? Were you here? What'd you notice? And one says this and one says this. Are you not going to question both of them?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking, I'll be like, all right.
When one person's being quiet and the other one's telling you a whole bunch of stuff, you're like, okay, dude, that's being quiet. Why am I hearing all this information over here? But from you ain't saying that much.
I'd be doing some separation and asking.
It's crazy, bro.
Is giving up on Sebastian. The case remains open and authorities continue to track down leads. Everyone hopes for a break that leads to Sebastian, a break that perhaps leads him to safely someday return to his family.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him...
Sorry, what's up?
Go back to where he's pulling on that tug of war rope.
All right, hold on.
He's continue to track down leads. Everyone hopes for a break that leads to Sebastian, a break that perhaps leads him to safely someday return to his family.
What's that?
How old is that?
Let me see. It looks like he's got a fresh haircut, like a flat top.
Dude, he looks built.
Let me see.
Like,
well, it could be recent. I mean, or he's got a fade. You can see it's darker on top.
dude, he looks built. I don't want to say built. I don't know how to word it, but he doesn't look like I don't know like the age group, but from all the pictures from the very beginning that were put out, even some to this day, like I don't feel like they really match his description at all. Like he looks like a full-blown teenager playing football. If that makes any sense. Like from this video.
Yeah, some pictures he looks like he's 9. Some pictures he looks like he's 15. Like the one that I have for the thumbnail.
Yeah.
I feel is like
probably as close as you can get.
His yeah. Like when it comes to like, because you look a hell of a lot different from 9 to 15, man.
Oh yeah, big difference.
And in the photo I use for my thumbnail, you know, he really does. He looks like a 15-year-old teenager. You know, he's like, kind of starting to build up more. That's
what I'm saying. From like some of the videos and the picture, like where he's more developed, like growing into a man, and then seeing him play tug of war, it's like he's not he's not helpless.
No. So, and he's not fed in a week either. You know what I mean?
Say he did walk out of the house, right? Let's just say he did 100% walked out. Magically, bad things just don't happen to you just because you're outside walking. I was going to I don't even know how long ago it's been. Was a 2-year-old? Let's just say a 4-year-old. I think he was 4 or 5. Anyway, he made it in the woods all by himself 24 hours and was found by the interstate. The family lives out in the middle of the country. He was by himself for 24 hours and then he was found by the interstate. So just let that sink in. And Sebastian in my opinion, looks like he's capable of, I don't want to say surviving, but I think he could figure it out. Like he's got, like, I don't know how to put that into the right words, but
yeah, he's older, and I think you're trying to mean like stamina.
Yeah, like he's got stamina. He looks like he could take care of himself for a period of time, even if, you know, he weren't to be in so good of conditions. I don't know. So even if he did walk away, just because you do that doesn't mean you magically something happens to where you're no longer here, is what I'm trying to say. Like something would have to take place.
I mean, you see, there's like drone videos that they use with heat-seeking capabilities where kids do literally, you know, sleepwalk out the house. But I mean, we know Sebastian wasn't a runner. He didn't.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He didn't run away or anything like that. You know, he always stuck close to people. But when there is kids that do sleepwalk or leave, or there's those drones where they find them, you know, curled up in a ball in the woods, and they find them and they're
low
safe.
hiding,
trying
to stay warm and stuff.
It's just it just, when it comes down to it, it's like, why so vague?
Yeah,
you know. And shout out to the Sumner County Commissioner for putting the information out there, because I feel really, if you're looking at the reward poster, I really feel like it should say a combination of the two things that we showed you tonight. You know, he was last seen by the beginning, all of it. He was last seen by his mother on the 15th. He was also seen or witnessed by this location with a time, direction, and if he was by himself with other individuals, that as well. Because you can say, yeah, he was walking. Okay, well, was he with people? by himself. So I think that whole thing needs to be reworded. I think they need to make us like I guess you're not gonna get the answers
We're
yet
not going to get the
from
answer.
Barris, so I don't know. I should come up with a list of questions. And we should put them out there. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Good.
what
So
about
questions.
this. Not
the
just
things-
was he last seen, but
No, but from the info that they have put out, break it down into more details of, okay, you state this here, but you also state this. So between the information that you put out there, what is the answer as far as being seen, times, location?
well, here's a better one. Instead of asking all those questions, why not just put all of that stuff together
Yeah,
and
compile it.
and then say which of these statements is not true?
There we go. That would be better. That way it's
Just
more
one
open.
just one question, and you can answer, because we
pick.
don't know how many. We don't know how many, but we do want an answer. So how about here's all of this, and we can write it in a paragraph.
Yep.
And then can you please let me know which of these statements or sentences is not correct? And
'cause it's
if
their
you're
verbiage.
able to, please answer as to why.
Yeah, correct. That would be better. Basically, they're not releasing any new information, but as far as correcting what they put out, I guess.
And you probably won't hear from them because it's the holidays, but I think, I think what I'm going to do tomorrow when I wake up is I'm going to be like, all right, I'm just going to write this whole thing. I might even do it tonight after the show, honestly. I might just write it all out, put it all in there in one paragraph, and then just tomorrow we'll do something with it. We'll just do something with it. Because I think that's the best way to be respectful.
Yeah, so that way you're not trying to get more information.
That's the best way to make it quick.
You just want the correct information.
Here, it's all right here. You tell me what's not true instead of you having to go, yes, this is da for each one. No, let's just break it down. One question. If you want to elaborate, just let me know, because this is what you'll get back. Yes, what you wrote is true, or well, this statement right here,
we can't elaborate, yada yada,
is not true. Right? So we'll get it. We'll get it either way.
They probably won't answer back.
No, they probably won't.
And that's too. I don't want to say it's too easy, but it's just saying, hey, you've said this and this. Which one? Tell me the one that's not true. Yeah.
And Nick Barris, when this is all typed up, that'd be a great question for you to ask in one of your interviews. Which of these statements is not true, Nick Barris? Right?
Yeah, if anybody's going to get the answer, it'd probably be him.
Dude, it would shoot him to national media, and I know he wants it. It would shoot him to national media.
Yeah, he could break it down.
Court TV'd be wanting him on. News Nation would be wanting him on. Like all these, like all these different shows will be like, okay, like, because if he wasn't trying to get to that kind of point, then why isn't he just coming out with what he has on particular for the access? Why aren't you just coming out with that then? You know what I mean? Like, what? I'm gonna keep this in my back pocket, right? I'm gonna keep this in my back pocket.
I could see that happening.
Just saying. We'll figure it out. And so You know why Tony because the whole time I'm sitting there going, why does Tony keep asking? Like, yeah, I
like
mean, it's
that.
true. Like, what is different than the first day? We've all been asking the same question. We all want to know, but
you got to get a little bit more. I don't want to say tricky, but like how you broke it down versus what I wanted to do. I was like, no, what you're saying makes more sense. If you're going to get a reply, more odds of getting a reply from how you want to do it.
I mean, let's be honest, dude. I mean, I don't have communication with Seth, but if anybody does, like, hey, I'll make a community post tonight or tomorrow with what I would type. Maybe Seth. Maybe Seth can sit there and ask law enforcement. What?
It's honest.
What out of this statement is not true? If there is something that's not true, let me know why. And if you can't let me know why, I get it. But at least tell me what's true, what's not true, what you can let me know and what you can't let me know, because this has already been put out there by officials.
Yeah, it's nothing that's being asked that's new.
So somebody can copy and paste it and send it to them, and because if they're going to answer anybody, you think they would answer him before somebody sending in a message to tbi.facebook,
Yeah, because they don't have to answer that.
Or email or whatever. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back here.
You're good.
Sorry, she woke up and she's about to, whenever she wakes up, she's like, I want to play right now. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, she's going to knock my spotlight.
Get into everything.
I'm like, all right, I got to be back here. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that.
You're good.
You want to come say hi, baby? She's still yawning. You want to say hi? Come here. No. Speaking of baby angel, the nasty souls were even making fun of baby angel's Cam in the cage that I had to have for her after I rescued her. By the way, that cage is like 8 by 5 feet, and she is literally the size of my hand. So I went double on the cage with the cage. But the thing is when we first brought her back after I rescued her, I had to have that cage because one of the things that was part of her healing was she was not supposed to be that mobile at that time. Because all the medicine and all that other stuff, because really it was messing with her stomach and just all sorts of stuff. But that's why the baby angel cam only lasted for a couple weeks, was because literally after she got, because when I saved her, she was only about 3 weeks old, and the vet said she was literally a day or two from passing away. Like, that's how. I'll show you guys some pictures from when the day that got her out of the bush after that hurricane. It was bad, and it was a lot of it was a lot of work to get that healthy. A lot of sleepless nights too. I literally, the first few weeks I had her, I had to wake up every 2 hours to feed her from a bottle, bro. It was like having a newborn baby again. Yeah, and then give her medicine, and then help her feel better, because the medicine would have reactions, and it just and all she would want to do was just, that was one of her favorite things, was coming and cuddling up behind my head back then, is because she just wanted to be next to me, because she didn't feel good. And no, after a couple weeks, that's why we didn't even have the cam anymore, because people were like, "Where's the cam, CJ?" And I'm like, "Look, I can't keep her in one spot."
Yeah, she's gonna be moving.
Yeah, right. She's not gonna be chilling in the cage. She's like, she literally just runs. I let her run all over. It's her world. It's baby's world. All right. But yeah, it was like, wow, they're even going after baby Angel.
You know what it is?
And it was just like, man.
People want to try to discredit, belittle everything and anything. So if it wouldn't matter if it was a bird, a dog, or another person, they would try to belittle anyone around you. So then if that means the cat, they're gonna talk negative and nasty.
Dude, I look at her like she's a daughter of mine. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I really do. Like, because they are. Our animals are our children too, even though they're not human. They are our children,
They take on sometimes they take on the personality of their companion.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, this is what, when they tell you that your kids are worse than you are.
Oh yeah.
Mine wasn't. But I tell you, this thing right here, she is hell on wheels, bro. Like, she's probably the baby that gives you everything that is supposed to be worse than the way you are.
Tenfolds.
This one right here, man, she's spoiled, but man, she and when she wants to play fight you, she don't you don't want to mess around. You don't want to mess around. Not at all. All right, we're gonna sorry about that. We're gonna get into it just hit me because I look at her face and then it made me think about what somebody clipped and sent to me, and I'm just like, dang, I can't believe these people. But it is what it is. Like I said, they use these tactics. They've used them before we even came around. They'll continue to use them after we're here. We're not here anymore, and to a bunch of other people too. You see it. It's not just about us. It's about just everybody else. That it just.
I embrace it. It gives me some fuel.
I don't even really pay two shits to it, man. But when they talk about, like your family, because I really do. She is my family, and when they talk about your family, it's like, man, you can say whatever you want about me, but when you say it about her, when they don't even know, they're making fun of the cage, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he has her in a cage. He must treat her like shit. And I'm sitting there going,
they don't.
This I've sat here and had tears some nights because of especially from the beginning when she was just. I'm trying to, like, there was a period in time, you guys, I didn't even tell you. There was a period in time where I was about to lose her because they were like, look, we just want to be honest with you. They said, sometimes when this takes place, they go backwards, just all of a sudden out of the blue. Just please understand, if you get attached, just please understand that in the next couple weeks, this is going to be a very big possibility that this can happen. And I'm sitting there going, damn. The reason I didn't take her, because when I wasn't able to. I didn't even plan on having a cat. And when we rescued her, I was like, there's no way. Even though I didn't plan on it, I'm sitting there going, it's either I take her with me, or I take her to a pound, or a shelter. And so it was like, I already know what they're gonna do to her if I take her to a shelter. I'm a cat dad now. I didn't plan on being one, but I am now, because I was like, there's no way that I could take her to that shelter and know exactly what they're gonna do. And I would have been thinking about her tonight. I would have been thinking about her. And so it's like, I'm glad, because she was just this little teeny. She basically, when I first had her, she fit in the palm of my hand. She was that small. And to see her now, and she's just so big, and she's so beautiful, aren't you, baby? Come here, come say hi. I don't know. When I just saw it, I was like, wow, you guys are something else. You know what I mean? You just...
It's a different type of level, a different type of low.
These people, man. Yeah, she's spoiled. She has so many toys. It's crazy. And I want to say thank you to the community, too, because the community has sent some stuff for Baby Angel, too. Toys and... really cool, like food and water containers and stuff like that. And it's just like, thank you. Even her hoodie, you guys, somebody sent her a yellow hoodie, and I'm gonna have she's gonna have her own custom hoodie. I'm gonna show you guys when I'm done. Just like I have my own custom hoodies that I make for when I'm out on location and going to different communities. She's got her own custom hoodie too, and I'm going to show you once I get it done. It's cute. I already have the design and everything. I just have to get it pressed onto the fabric and stuff and get it completed. But yeah, it was just like, damn, man. All right, so we're going to get to this Chronicles of Olivia interview. Okay. Now we went through in part 1, we went through a couple of the local news stations interviews, and this one we're going to be going through hers. Now, when this took place, well, I should say when it was uploaded, was March 18th. Okay, so it's just another week and some after the last one that we watched. The interesting thing you need to look at when we first start this off is look at the photos that are being displayed of Sebastian. Okay, it's not the photo you see on the thumbnail, which honestly I'm like, why wouldn't it be? But it's just very interesting how certain photos are being used for certain things. So here's this. I'm going to share the link with you guys. And we're going to have different parts coming up. Like I said, we're going to have like a part 3 coming up on like Thursday or Friday night. We'll have a noti out, and probably after tomorrow, we'll have a noti out. I am going to be back tomorrow night. I'm going to be doing some birthday shows, hanging out with you guys. I probably do a reaction show over at the lounge. I plan on hanging out with everybody when the ball drops for the East Coast, and kind of maybe going through some stuff over here. So I'll be on both channels kind of doing different things, just to kind of, I don't know, celebrate the day and kind of the new year too. And if anybody's not able to, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. So if you guys don't have anywhere to go either, you can spend the new year over here with me. All right, so there's the link for you. Also, I'm going to drop Trey's link in chat too here in a second. If you're not subscribed, please go do so. And let me put this up here. You see the pictures that are being shown. That one to the right, dude, those look like 6 and 7, bro.
Those are not current in the slightest.
6 or 7 years old is what I'm guessing. What do you guys think? How old do you think he is? Yeah, I got the second channel. It's the lounge. CJ's Lounge or EvilleCJ's Lounge. You can search it. I'll drop the link in a second too. By the way, here's Trey's. But seriously, how old do you think? How old do you think he looks in the photo on the left and in the photo on the right? I'm thinking 7 on the left, 6 on the right. I got 8 and 9, around 7, 8 and 9. So little. Yeah, that's a good comment right there, right? Let me show that. Let me see. Let me get this photo I use for my thumbnails here, because I think this is high school. All right, this is 15. This one right here. This is the one that I keep referring to.
Yeah, it's basically 3 different kids. I mean, you can't.
That to me looks like his school. I don't know for sure, but to me, I would assume it looks to me like his school photo from that current year. You know, you get one in the beginning and then you get one at the end of the year. I think that was taken in the fall before school, when school started. So when we ain't even played it yet. All right. Ain't even played it yet. Look, the photo on the missing yard poster, he looks a lot older than those 2 photos. My birthday's tomorrow. I don't go out on my birthday because all the drunk drivers out there, the last thing I want to do is pass on my birthday. The last birthday I went out was 1999. That's the last birthday that I went out. After that, it's like, man.
CJ's 133 tomorrow.
No, I'm not.
133 years old.
Nope.
Look good for 133.
Whatever, bro. I don't know. It's the skin, man.
They're gonna clip that part. It's the skin.
It's the skin. What do you do? At least it's not cut and snip. I'm just, hey, it is what it is. It's just, and I feel like dude, don't you still feel like you're like fresh out, you know, like you're
it is very odd whenever I look at my friends' kids, my kids, and then like people I went to school with. I'm like, who are these people? Because I feel like I'm like 15 years old, 18 years old. I don't know.
No, just body wise, man. You know, like pushing limits, going out there, doing that physical shit, man. Like, that's why people are so shocked, because they're like, what the fuck? Like, they see me and they see all the shit I'm doing. They're like, what the fuck?
I'm a pretty big dude for half the stuff I do. And like, I'm not really, I don't feel like whenever you do something 3 miles, 5 miles, whether it's diving, swimming on the boat, like I might be tired or whatever from a long day, but it's mainly from like the drive and stuff. It's not the physical stuff that we do.
Yeah, the driving.
The driving is the hardest part, I think.
Yeah, that's the most exhausting. Yeah, for sure. It does. Like, especially after I do those 15-hour drives one way, and I need like a day to just
recuperate.
Yeah, sometimes on those I wasn't even able to. Is just as soon as I got there. Sometimes I'd be doing those drives and it's working right as soon as I got there. Yeah, for a couple hours, you know. You just push yourself to the limit sometimes beyond what you even thought you were capable of, just to try and make sure that you're helping somebody else. And that's what gives you the drive in the first place. And for you to be like, you know what, after all this, yeah, I should take a nap and this and that, but it's like, nope, we need to go. We need to get it done. We need it done now. Let's do it.
Time that you could be using.
Yep. What's that, SK? Well, they see it. I mean, hell, you hear other people say this, like, damn, marathon searches from CJ and this and that. It's like, yeah, you see the people in these different communities when I go out to them. They're like, they'll tell you. They're like, damn, I've seen this dude in person in real life, and this dude is like, what? Like, I'm pushing. You got to. All right, so here's this. I don't know. I'm thinking 7 and 6. I see a lot of 8 and 9. So who knows? Thank you. I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you. It's already in South Africa. Well, yes, it is over there, and I think it is over in the East Coast, but I'm not over there. And really, I don't know. I don't really like. I don't know. I'd rather just get. Whenever it comes to my birthday, I'd rather just get through the. Let's just get to the first, I'm just that I'm that type, bro. I'm like, it's just a day. Let's get to the first and let's move on,
It's your day though.
Nah, it's not. It's just another day, man. It really is. It's the same thing every day anyway. So and hey, it is what it is. All right, so here's this interview. Let me put the closed caption in it for you all. And we'll get into this and see what's said here. Got the Lego set sitting right there too. That was the interesting thing about the last interview too. Was games. He likes games. They were like, "What? So what does he like? What's he interested in? Games. Video games. Okay, that's the same thing. Legos. He likes to build things. Okay, that's the same answer. It's like, wait.
Yeah, you just normally you'd be naming off like 20 things real quick.
Yeah, and you say 4 answers, but 2 of them are the same answers. So it's like, what? All right, here we go.
In today's video, I interviewed the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness.
See, there you go. You got that one right there. That one should be displayed right in the forefront. So when you click on this video and you look at the photo, when you get in there, bam, it's right there.
Because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast. It's funny like that.
Can you recap the overall story of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing. We got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and
fun fact,
asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home.
Did you see that? Besides her bringing up the fun fact that she made breakfast that morning, which leads me to believe, oh, you normally don't make it? Fun fact?
That's what I
Because
was thinking.
why would it be a fun fact? But did you see his eyes when as she's going through the events that day, and then he looks up and then nods his head?
Yeah, like he's recalling.
How would you, why are you recalling? Because you weren't there.
It is weird.
You weren't there. Watch this. As she's going through the events.
Got up, and fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time.
He didn't even laugh.
We were joking.
He even kind of looked like he did.
He didn't even laugh. He was just like,
Damn.
The parents kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing. We got up, and fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
no response, no emotion.
We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag.
So that was that morning that he went out. She's giving you just like the other interview. So, how was he? Oh, that morning. We keep referring to that morning, but we're not talking. That's nice. He had a good day.
Yeah, had a good morning.
Let's skip the 7 minutes. You're going to tell us about the day. Let's go to how he was before not the first couple hours he woke up. The last couple hours he was awake. How about we go through those times, right? Why are we talking about? It's like a car salesman, right? You're walking up and you're seeing that it's like, whoa, there's a lot of rust, and man, ooh, look at that. That's kind of hanging off. And then the car salesman's like, but it's got great tires, and we just did an oil change, and and you're like, yeah, that's nice. I mean, it's nice. It's got new tires and it's got an oil change, but what about that thing hanging off? And what about all that rust under there? Can I take a look underneath, to make sure the frame's not rusted? And, oh, it's beautiful. Trust me. It's like, wait a minute. Why are you telling me all of this? Let's just get to the facts so we can get to a price, man.
You're like filling in. It's just filler.
Taco Bell. It's all filler.
Talk about
except for that much.
How everything else is great.
And I love Taco Bell. There's nothing wrong about you, Taco Bell. I know most of it is rice and all these others. I get it. It tastes good. But let's be real. That much is not filler. It's like you're listening to... But look, it really was good. Let me fill you in.
We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that, and we went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley.
Watch his eyes now.
And then from there, we went to dinner.
Now he's looking up.
Came
Yep.
home.
Yep.
He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you. And went to bed.
Okay, that's where I got the between 9 to 10 from when we first started out, because I was like, I thought it was 9 to 10. She says 9, 10 o'clock on the other, the commish. Told him to go to bed at 9, let him stay up a little bit longer, let him stay up till 10. That's why you hear 10 from commish. She goes to bed sometime around midnight.
He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep. And
Dun, 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 dun,
about
dun.
midnight I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor.
So right there, she just tells you the last time I seen him was at 10. I went to bed. I woke up, and that's when I saw he wasn't there. Yes, you're right, Katrina. Still no thud.
Yeah, knock it off. I don't care what you're doing in there versus what the commissioner put out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is true, Rod. And this is why we're this is part 2. We're going to have different parts with me and Trey. We're going to be making this a series. All the interviews have added differences from each one. And then you take law enforcement coming out today on WKRN, coming out a week ago, with, you know, all of this other stuff. It's been 10 months. No sign. No sign. What's up? Why? It's not the Joker saying, why so serious? I'm asking the question, why so sacred? Why?
Censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, you know, where the F is he? You know.
Where the F is he?
I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, you know, walls and watch, you know, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat, but I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming.
He's already what?
Dude, she already said twice, like, I'm surprised.
No, what was she saying? She said he's already, and then she stops.
Well, she was talking about her. Her and Chris talking.
Okay.
First, she said what she was saying while she woke up and found him not there, and then she's saying what she said when she was talking to Chris. And just in this little bit right here, she's already told you twice, and I said effing.
I don't remember any of the cussing. For whatever reason.
Listen, we're adults, right? But look below the surface. I love saying the F word, okay? It's been one of my favorite words.
No, I'm bad about it.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Like,
because it means so many different things, right? So when I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, if I like the word and I use the word, and if my daughter was missing and I was talking to a family member and I was stressed and all this other stuff, I don't know if I'd say effing, man. Because I
understand what you're trying to put down.
I would be, I don't know, I would have so much worry inside of me. I don't even, fuck would be the, I don't know, man. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she's gone. Where is she at? I don't know. She's just gone.
Kind of depends on my mindset, I guess.
Right? Instead of maybe there's some kind of negativity behind it. He's fucking gone.
I was thinking more along the lines of I'm in trouble. But
yeah, that would be the kind of when I don't want to scream it again, but when I'm screaming it, that's somebody in trouble, bro.
Like if I called my buddy, I'd be like, dude, I'm effed.
It's like when you get pulled over or something, you know, and you got some, like you hear that call where somebody's getting pulled over and they're like calling their friend for, you know, a witness or something. They're fucking pulling me over, you know, or whatever.
I got hit in a car wreck. I said, I just got hit. So yeah, the underlying of that.
Yeah, let me rewind it. We'll let you listen to it. And listen to how she says it too, like effing. It's like, damn, I bet you were screaming just like I did a second ago. Like
6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid?
You know what I want to ask real quick? Is if you knew, if you knew your son, my Lord, if you knew your son went to school to get his picture taken for, you know, the school photo, and you saw he had milk on the side of his mouth, would you not pay the couple bucks extra to do retakes, bro? Because you know they do retakes a week or two later, right?
Either that or have it up and fix it. Like for me, I'd probably be like, if I seen it, I would. Well, they show you.
Well, yeah. Well, now they can do touch ups or whatever. I'm just thinking back then.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you know, when with my daughter, and because listen, sometimes she'd have that really like kind of smile, and I'm like, you know what I mean?
Like,
I'm
we're
like
not doing this one. Yeah,
I'm like, sweetie, could you do me a favor? And just like, you know, you're gonna look back at these in the future, and you're gonna look at it, and you're gonna be like, Dad, why didn't you? You know, like, come on, I know it's not fun and it's lame, but just do me a favor. You know, you will thank me when you're 40 years old and you're looking back on these photos and you'd be like, thank you. You know, like that kind of thing. And it's like, why not? Why is this some kind of, because would that not be embarrassing?
I think it would be fixed.
As a, you know, like if, man, I can't believe my mom
left me,
even though you didn't know that you had it, you know. And I can't believe my mom didn't have me do a retake. Got freaking milk on my mouth, man. You know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just too much of a caring parent when it comes to their happiness and, you know, just kind of looking out for the future, you know, like way down the road, you know. I'm just kind of like, man, so I don't know, that it made me want to ask that, because
I never noticed the chocolate milk until it was pointed out, by the way.
Yeah. It's showing some of his little mustache there.
I see that.
All right, we'll get back to it. You'll hear the effing.
What were the feelings that you were feeling? To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used.
Choice words.
Like, where the F is he?
Not just F, but choice words. What? I mean, I know it's a stressful situation. Don't get me wrong. But, man, if you're swearing a lot, it's usually a sign of a lot of anger when there's a lot of swearing and choice words going on and on and on. It's just, I don't know, it just sticks. It seems weird it makes my soul feel weird, I guess. That's a better way to put it. It makes my soul feel weird. Because I love the word, and I don't know, I'd be screaming. I'd be panicking. I don't know, man.
There's an oddness to it.
I just don't know how to explain it. The soul thing. All right, so she said choice words, effing. Here we go again.
I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and
let's get back to the story, that long ass pause too. It's because she threw in that little joke. That's what threw her off. It's the little joke that threw her off.
Come and rummage for snacks.
Well, the little joke was
like that, and he likes
very real.
Yeah, the little joke. See, it's part of it. Add the snacks and then watch. And he likes to jump out and scare me. Let's add a little.
I just feel like it was a recall, like just recalling memories.
Yeah, look at where she's looking. She's looking up and away. Looking up and away. He's looking over and away. Looking up. Yep, that's right. I'm gonna look over here some more. It's the camera's right here, and they're making an X with their eyes. Over here. But this little joke, and you'll see this in these interviews, the little extra stuff that I'm gonna throw in there really derails her. And maybe that's why she doesn't talk that much, because she has a tendency to throw little bits here and there to try and add more validation, right? If I throw some, hey, he had a great morning and he liked to do this, and you're adding more validation to what you're trying to say, but not when you don't add the validation, then it starts to dumb down everything, and then it takes away that fog. And then you wait a minute.
You got to get back on track.
Yeah, and when she's looking, she gets stumped, and watch her eyes, and then she, oh yeah, that's where, and then picks right back up after that.
To dip behind the walls and watch, and,
see that right there.
And then he comes out after I come back and he
watch
likes to scare me. But
she talks 100 miles an hour.
After I looked, and mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming.
Did she say she jumped in her car?
Huh?
So she got in the car and then drove around. I thought that she had searched the yard or something.
Yeah, she got in her car because I think she said she thought he might have walked to the school. Did she say that she searched her yard first? I think she
I
did.
could have swore there was an interview.
Looked around the yard and then got in the car to go look at the school.
Something
came
like that.
back, and that's when
I'd have to fact check myself because everything kind of blurs together. But I think it was on one of the interviews yesterday, maybe. I don't remember. I don't know.
Well, we'll go through them all. We're gonna do a recap show too, where we kind of go over everything together from these different interviews too. All right, I'll go ahead and rewind it just a skosh. Still no thud.
I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said,
"Thank you, Caddy.
I can't find him." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He's not in this effing house. I can't find our son." And
thank you, Daddy's girl.
I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on, and he was like, "Go back to the house, they're on their way." And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we found him.
You hear that so much. It's like I'm trying to create like I'm concerned, but I'm sorry. It's gonna be a tough one to watch this one too, because where's the eye contact? You know?
At all. Yeah. There's a little
just little split, not by him, but by her. You can tell. She looks. Let me see if I can find it. We're at 429 because she looked twice at the lady. Let me see here. 429. She does it real quick. She's done it twice and only twice, and it's only been for just a little split second while she's turning her head to look somewhere else too. She kind of like right there. That right there is where the person that's doing this interview is sitting. Okay? Now, look at his eyes compared to hers. She's looking at somebody that's sitting across from the table, right? That's probably a little taller than her. It's like their eyes are probably where Chris's head is. Because if Chris was sitting directly across and she was looking at Chris, she'd be looking at the top of his head. See what I'm saying? When you look at their eyes, he's not even looking. He's looking at the corner of the room and has been most of the time. She's been looking towards the right side of the room and towards this direct, from the right and then over to the left a little bit, barely making any contact. Eye contact, barely making any eye contact. And when somebody's not giving you eye contact, when you're asking them to tell you the truth and the events that took place of whatever situation it may be, even if you're at work, what does that tell you? What does it tell you, Trey, when you got in trouble when you were trying to lie to that cop that you was telling us about when you were a kid on the last show?
Well, I got caught driving without a driver's license.
Were you giving him eye contact, or were you trying not to give him eye contact?
I was looking at everything I was making lies up about. I wasn't looking at him until he said to stop. He said the story it better flow.
Then you probably looked at him and kept looking at him after that. You didn't take your eyes off.
Direct eye contact and was like, "Oh, like it." I'm like, "What better flow?" Like I already knew what he was putting down. I'm like, yeah, looking away. Let's say, just like when people don't show up whenever they're being accused of things.
Yep. This is man, and this is like a few weeks after everything happened. So where's Where's the emotion? Dude, I would be 20 days later. Bro, I would be a wreck. Again, I would be a wreck.
You know, I was saying like they're military and all this, but like here, I don't see the directness. If that was the case, if it was like,
that's a good point, man. Because usually it's
I kept thinking, you know, they're military, so their emotions may not be the same, but the directness and the eye contact is not there whenever you're being direct and you're wanting to give information. You'd be more direct to them.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it doesn't mean I'm right, but
no, but it's why you weren't looking at the cop when you were trying to answer him, because you were looking.
Oh, he basically told me without telling me.
You were looking for a story. You were looking to try and create something. You were looking for what was coming out of your mouth, not something that was already up here that really truly took place. Because if it really truly took place,
I would just tell him
up, and you would be like, "Yeah, this, yeah, right."
Trying to circumvent and say that I wasn't the one driving; somebody else was the night before, even though I was 15 without a driver's license. Anyway,
no emotion. Yep, just a couple times, and that's it.
Body language and eye contact.
Yep,
I'd be looking away, and then.
And she hasn't even he's looking straight at the camera right here, but she hasn't even really, more than a split second, she hasn't looked at the person that's interviewing. I don't know how these reporters didn't feel some kind of oddness with any of these interviews that we've watched.
I've done interviews. I know it's like totally different, but like, say I'm not saying the right thing or looking in the right direction, like I've had people go like speed it, like, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, speed it up, or like, no, over here, like there's no correct, I don't know, I guess it's different, but
this one's a lot different from the last two that we watched on the last show. A lot different.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is
he doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children, but no, Sebastian, that's one thing, has always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is, with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Really trying not to go down that road because we're going to find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on...
That's a lot of eye contact right there, man. Look, quit making up shit. Quit making theories. It says right here, theories. That's the chapter, theories. Quit coming up with these theories because the more people talk, the more the truth comes out. That's just how it is.
On facts of what everybody knows. Right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
You just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security.
I wonder what got edited out.
You just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question
Bam!
I have
Oh, yeah,
is
definitely got
recently
edited.
Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately.
Wow, he gave you more information than Craddock did today. Craddock said today, can't tell you about it. He just told, well, it is interesting every time. You know, you get the little. All right, listen. When it comes to in all the different interviews, let me tell you. But Craddock said he wasn't going to say nothing, and that was from today. And he right here, I'm telling you right now, it was not a flashlight. As much as we want it to be, it was not a flashlight. Craddock doesn't want you to know anything about it.
okay.
And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff. And it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has. And they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful.
I want to say right now, when it comes to Riley Strain, there's only been so many videos that have been put out there. If you go back to the very beginning, the first day that I was there to do my search for Riley Strain, I pointed out a surveillance camera on a building that they still won't acknowledge if they have video or not. And it's right next to the video where you saw those people walking up along that that stone wall as you went what's away from the stadium? That would be north on Gay Street. So as you're heading north on Gay Street, past where he, right under that bridge where he went, supposedly went missing right there. You're talking the camera that keeps going down, and there's another one that would have had the perfect opportunity to see what took place beyond what that camera they finally put out after he was missing. They released some of the footage. There's still some more. And that's another thing, too, when it comes to Riley Strain. A lot of secrets going on down there when it comes to... I wish...
Tell me about it, man. After seeing a couple certain videos of people coming back by, and then... Yeah, and then the area that is... certain things were found, and then entry points. I'm like, that makes more sense than any bull crap that they put out, and I'll stick to that till the day I die.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to be an idiot not to be able to say, "Oh my!" Like, look at it and go, "Wow."
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this. When it comes, I'm just gonna say this. After I was there for a couple days, you hear the different stories that were put out about clothing and this and that, and I can tell you this right now. I know the encampment.
Oh yeah,
I know. How could I say this? Somebody was wearing the shirt and then wasn't wearing it anymore. And they know.
Oh yeah, they know.
They already know. They knew before I knew, and I found out. And there's other witnesses there that can, because the shirt stands out, the boots, you're in Nashville.
It sounds like the majority of the people that investigate these need to take a certain class. It's just magic that anything and everything that is found in or around the water is ruled an accident. And it's actually turned out, after decades of study, that's not the case.
Well, this was the shitty part, is I was getting ready, because if anybody wants to go find the Easter eggs that I was dropping back then, I was actually getting ready. I think you might have even known this back then. I was getting ready to get into one of the homeless encampments. I wasn't allowed to bring my weapon. I wasn't allowed to bring my phone. I wasn't allowed to bring any electronics, but I was okay with it. And I was getting ready to go down in there and start my investigations. And the shit that I brought up in the community post is one of the things that I said that had actually ruined efforts beyond Sebastian's community. That's one of the things that got ruined, because I wasn't going down there with law enforcement. I was going down there with certain individuals. And when that stuff is created and fabricated, when something like that gets associated with you,
oh yeah, people,
there are going to be some people who are like, look, man, I mean, even I can't, and I'm like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You can do the homework. Like, I get it. Because just the smallest thing, it's like, you know what I'm saying? And when they don't know, and it's
they
like,
question
and I'm hearing this, and it's like, no, trust me, it's just this and that. No, they really did. And I was getting ready to go down into those homeless encampments along Cumberland River there in Nashville, and I was going to start. But I needed to have the assistance, because there's no way, if I would have walked in there by myself.
Oh, did we see how they were?
I wish I would. I wish I could tell you what they do to people. I just I'll just do it. I'm just gonna say it real quick, and I don't want to focus too much on it. But they literally put like if there is whatever their clique and their neighborhoods and their encampments, and they're all in different spots, and they're all their own, and when shady shit goes down, you know what I'm saying, and I'll just put it this way, it is well known on the street that they will put substances in people, beat the F out of them, do all sorts of crazy shit, and figure out ways, it's so when you're talking about, like, if I would have walked in there by myself, bro, the trails and the way that you maneuver back in those encampments, it's like an anthill, but it goes from one side to the next, and you got all these different trails and ups and downs and different paths, and they know it like the back of their hand. And literally, you're walking into a hornet's nest if you're by yourself. That's why you need to have somebody that can vouch for you and bring you in and say, look, this person's with me. They're already nervous because they don't want you there already. And it's like, no, this person's with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to be getting in good. He just wants to talk, this and that. Get my foot in, right? Go undercover. I was going to dress completely different. I was going to do all sorts of different things when it came to what I look like here on the camera compared to what I would be looking like when I'm out there trying to figure out what's going on, looking for the boots and all these different things. And yeah, it was one of those things that I never got to do because of stuff like that. So, all right, I apologize. I just back to the Riley Strain stuff for a minute. All right, so they're talking about security footage. There's not really that much, and they can't tell you. Somebody had asked a couple nights ago, what's up with the Enoch stuff? There was literally nothing. Enoch and Hutch. Nothing. Not one. Maybe possibly one, but it was, other than that, no. It was a bunch of floodlights. That was it.
There has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got they've got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, but yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh, God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion, that we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness, because not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? It is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old, 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So,
I mean, he's looking at the lady plenty much, but I'm telling you, when Katie, no eye contact. It's just so suspicious. You're looking at the missing poster and you're sitting there looking at it the whole time, even after you're done talking, while Chris starts talking, and then you start turning over and you're not even looking. Where's the eye contact, Katie?
Man, every time that
there is none.
If you want to say something to Sebastian, if he's watching, and then I don't know, this body language, eye contact. I don't know what you would call it. I don't know what you would call it, but just
it's non-existent.
Yeah, I would say more, but I can't. So I've watched certain people throughout my life, and like people's responses.
Think of
certain people, but
what if this was your wife, right? Or what if this was anybody out there? What if this was your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, your significant other, and you're sitting there? Okay, so what exactly took place last night? Right?
Oh,
something crazy happened, right? Something crazy happened that usually don't happen, and you're asking them, so what exactly happened? And they just you're gonna feel so disrespected. You're gonna be like,
I'd be
lying.
I'd be saying I'm going to the store, and I'd be going to the police department and being like, look, I don't know, but I know something's up. That's just my opinion and my experiences. But if my wife was acting like this, I'd be like, one, I got to get out of the house before something bad happens, and 2, I'm going to tell the cops. That would just be me. But you know your partner, man. You know when people are lying.
It's so crazy. It's this. We're only halfway through. Look,
she is, but
looking anywhere but at the interviewer, everywhere. But, and the only reason you're looking at her is because you're looking at one side of the room. You go here, you go here. Oh gosh, I got eye contact. You go here and you go here. Those are the only times for the eye contact, is when you're going to look somewhere else. And that's just for a split second. Dude, it's 11:52 into the 20-minute video, and just little blip, blip, and that's it. Crazy.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other case, you know this. There's other cases out there. Any other case, you know law enforcement's going to be like, you are being deceptive.
Yep.
Plain and simple. You're being deceptive. General answers. Looking around. No eye contact. Emotions are not consistent. Like, can we just get to the truth, ma'am?
Fortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's
No wonder somebody again said, I plead the fifth, right?
going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Worst nightmare, but no crying.
Heat on the internet.
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day.
Yeah, no wonder, because look at the stuff. 10 months later, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is worse than when I first saw it, man.
Well,
this
the
is
flat,
worse.
all the signs were there, and then we're this far into him not being found.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? That's right after you're like, there's so much stuff going on, you know? But after you see what, because listen, how could we know that there wasn't going to be very many more interviews after this? How could we know that? We've been accustomed to seeing interviews come out. Think about how many times Seth has been interviewed.
Oh man,
bro.
There's probably a bunch I didn't even see,
bro. So now, yeah, you look at this and you're like, oh man. Now 10 months later, what hasn't? Oh, okay. Now this is a little deeper. Looking all over, except for right where you need to be, and
people are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know, or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent.
Why would he say who's guilty and not guilty instead of just saying, you know, like something like different verbiage? I don't know.
Just like we heard yesterday. Have you guys been cleared?
And then,
well, we've been working, doing everything we can. Did you ask for relief, or were you told that you needed to get relief? Because there's two different stories there too. We've heard they came up to him and was like, yo, we noticed you're not acting normal. Why don't you take a break? You know, go back. Or did you on the phone, hey, yeah, I need somebody to relieve me on this crane?
Yeah, you'd be like, I gotta get out of here.
Two totally different situations, two totally different events, two totally different conversations too. They're just as vague as law enforcement.
Every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that.
Man, she's not reassuring Jack.
We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on.
Huh?
And I do talk
Was
to
it
these folks.
snipped there?
I'm sorry, what?
Was it snipped there?
Like,
was that a cut?
I didn't. Hold on.
It might have just been her.
I didn't notice it. Let me see here. Would it be after he's saying this? It's like 30 seconds before. Was it another cut?
Possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing
somewhere right here
to that.
If I don't know if I see it right.
We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go on.
No, I guess there wasn't.
At this point.
I, on the other
right
hand,
there.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was.
Yep. She said, I pretty much don't go online anymore at this point, and then it's cut.
Right. What?
I do go on, and I do talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But I have told them online, if you want to know, just ask me.
I would like to interview Chronicles of Olivia when it comes to. I don't need to know, like, hey, I don't need to know what was said that was clipped, because you obviously clipped it out for a reason. Either you wanted to or they wanted you to. But I would love to sit down sometime and interview her and just sit down and have a conversation about, just like with the other local news reporters, like especially Chronicles of Olivia, though. What were you, take this video and just break it down with her and be like, what was going through your mind at this point? What did you think at this moment in time? What, what I want to know, like, how she felt, what she was thinking, like, and just really break it down when it comes to, because she was there. You know what I'm saying? She was there. And I'm watching it on a video. So maybe she might have a little more perspective when it comes to maybe some of the things that are concerning, or some of the things that I'm seeing, but she's got a better perspective on it because she was there.
Just to fill in her idea.
It'd be interesting. Yeah, she's cool. Met her out. She was working for Riley Strain, and she was out there while we were out there. I think she came out there. It was like 3 days, maybe 2 days after we were there, and I kind of helped some of the dudes that I gave some of the guys that were searching for her crew. That was because there was some of her crew that went down and was searching on the riverbank, and none of them, they didn't have gloves, and I let them know, like, hey, like, it's dangerous down there. I got some gloves already here. Just take mine.
Lots
and
of.
I tossed them down my gloves, so they had some gloves, because I was like, hey guys, it's bad down there. Just make sure you wear these, please. I didn't want anybody getting hurt, so I just gave them my mechanics gloves. Those are nice effing gloves, man, when you're out there doing your searches and stuff. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what she thinks about all this too. Like, what did you think about not getting any eye contact from Katie? Just different questions, and just break it down as we're going through through this episode. I think it'd be really cool.
I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them. I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by that? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's, like, when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, he. Oh man.
Share, look.
Be vigilant.
That was a weird response there. When he gets aggressive, he growls and he's like, oh man. What? Oh man. What's different? Yeah, listen to this here.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, he. Oh man.
Why would that be so funny?
It was funny, but it wasn't. Because he
if
stopped.
he gets that upset, because he gets upset, he gets so upset he growls at you.
It's like you started laughing, but you realize you shouldn't have laughed, I guess. I don't know.
Or maybe he just would laugh at him when he growled.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's antagonizing. You got somebody, so think about this. What if your kid is growling, screaming, stop!
And then you're laughing at him.
And then you're like, it's an antagonistic tactic, you know? It's like it's just going to make him even more madder, and you know it. That's why you laugh about it. You know it's going to make him more upset. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like agging him on and making it worse.
Lady tit for tat. Antagonist was correct. And again, you keep looking at the table. Where in 4 minutes you have not looked up? Like, where's the eye contact, Katie? How does oh my gosh, I can't imagine the next time she has to say something on record. I think this right here is the interview that really started. Like, it was weird, the hands and, you know, some of the comments and stuff. But I think this one was really the one that was like, it was like, all right, I'm not doing them. I'll do reels. I'll do this, but other than that, because it's like, dude, it's the most obvious deception from another individual. Excessive non-eye contact. It's so obvious. And then you look back 10 months later and you haven't heard nothing. You see him going on panels. Well, of course, you see him talking right here while she's just sitting there looking at the table. The time that she was on Reels, we were all discussing like she had a notebook in front of her and somebody was with her. She had that notebook and looking down, and just a couple minute interview. It wasn't even that long.
Share, look,
be vigilant. And we don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant.
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
You never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely, keep his story in the spotlight. And
she's not even looking at her right now.
Person.
Bam, right there. You finally look up. No wonder Seth got that mad, dude, because I'm telling you right now, if that was my ex-wife and that's how she's acting, oh, dude. Just put your... You got a child. Whether you're with somebody or not, you got a child, and you guys aren't together, and this is how your significant other is acting, male or female. Why is...
It is odd because people can say what they want, but I guess circumstances. But
dude, Chris Watts had more eye contact, bro.
Yet things that happen like this. I mean, I know parents that don't get along at all that are separated, and they still will be cordial, like during an exchange, still communicate. I don't know.
I bet you that's why he's so mad, because he knows how she normally acts when she's talking about stuff. And he's sitting there going, damn, if she was saying shit to me, she'd be looking right at me.
Yeah.
Naming this, naming that, barely. I get it.
And to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group. And that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker.
There's another edit right there.
So
how can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked, they're constantly looking, they're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this, what about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
It doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all the things that are positive. Any ideas that may help, trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. If you know something, say something. Chronicles of Olivia.
All right. So there's that. I'll drop the link for it in chat. And go hit the like on her video and leave a heart or a trophy. Leave a comment too, because it always helps out as well. Yeah, that was the I think that was the mountaintop when it was like, all right, we need to back these off.
The interviews didn't help.
No. Let me see. There's a couple at night updates I wanted to cover here real quick too. What's up, baby? Come here. Come here. She just got done eating. Come here, baby. Hi. Come here. All right. So let me see here. All right. The first one, let me see if it's sharing it here. She must have just woke up again. All right. So let me blow this screen up here. And when it comes to like people in the neighborhood, here's this update right here. At night, private intelligence. This was from really last night or tonight or whatever you want to call it, even though it's the morning. At night, private intelligence has uncovered disturbing reports from residents in the neighborhood where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers purportedly disappeared between February 25th and 26th, 2024. These reports highlight a troubling escalation of pressure and tactics and fear targeting families in the area. Reports from the neighborhood, family relocation due to fear, one household in the Stafford Court area has vacated their home, opting to stay in a nearby hotel after experiencing intense fear and intimidation. Number 2, threats to a second family. Another family remains in their home but has expressed significant fear of opening their door due to intimidation by an investigator and his unlicensed associates. Remember, we were hearing reports about the fake FB,
TBI.
TBI badges and all that other stuff. People pretending to be somebody else that they're not. The investigator reportedly threatened a neighbor, stating he would watch her every move, creating an environment of fear and distress. Both families have reportedly contacted law enforcement and filed formal complaints regarding these incidents. Now, they're strongly encouraging anyone in the Stafford or Enoch Way areas who witness suspicious activity to call 911 immediately and report the individuals involved. And if the individuals have returned multiple times, consider pursuing trespassing charges to ensure your safety and protect your property. So I thought that was pretty interesting because I remember seeing a comment from one of the neighbors that's like, I'm out. I can't do this no more. Let me see here. There's intimidation tactics, negative public relation campaigns targeted in the mission. While these attempts to disrupt and discredit our work are deeply troubling, they have not hindered our progress. Instead, At Night has allocated additional resources to address the surge in harassment, misinformation, and intimidation aimed at undermining the investigation. Search efforts uninterrupted. The search for Sebastian continues at full capacity with all teams and partners fully engaged. Now, I want to share this real quick too. Now, when it comes to Dog actually, here's this right here. Delco, the fight for answers about little Sebastian's disappearance is now moving from Tennessee to Pennsylvania, while the $250,000 reward is still active. Okay. Now, this was interesting, and I want to post this and say shout out to the Angels too. Check this out. Now it says our dogs are scent specific. We have scent articles from the home. Max is a canine with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Max was the first canine to track Sebastian's scent. Max tracked to the construction site next to Sebastian's home. Max lost the scent near the cemetery bordering the construction site. Vehicle access to the immediate area is off. Ward Lane driveway into the cemetery. When a specific scent is abruptly lost by a canine, that suggests that the person that is being tracked got into a vehicle.
I've been saying that.
Right?
Yeah. That's 100% facts.
Got into a vehicle and left the area. Otherwise, the canine would continue its track as the ground scent would have continued.
100%.
So why not? Why is there no foul play? You got Beach High School from the Sumner County Commissioner, 10 p.m. February 25th. But then you have a sighting at Beach High that morning. I don't think it's the community's problem for quote creating distraction, because it's not distraction. We're asking legitimate questions because all of this information is all over the place. It says one thing, it says another, it says this, it says that. Why?
And why are they saying that why is law enforcement still saying there's no scent, no track? This just broke it down and answered the fucking questions I needed to hear. Sorry to cuss.
No.
That 100%, I can recall everything of this that was said here.
Well, and it's crazy. You got
that makes sense.
Ken Widener, and I'll get the article for you guys because it's in an article form. We watched the video in the beginning of the show, and I'll just go right to the point of the article to show you guys. He even says this was March 26th when he confirmed this. There was no trails for Sebastian Rogers. There was no tracks. There was no hit. There was nothing. Thank you, Pam. I'll be back today, tomorrow, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to be back. I'm going to be doing some game show stuff and, stuff like that. Just, I might do a little true crime, but we're going to have fun too.
What is fact and what is fiction?
So right here, let me find it here. Let's see. All right here. Bloodhounds and cadaver dogs. Is it show it or? Oh, hold on. Bloodhounds and cadaver dogs were used. None of them were ever on the trail of Sebastian, Widener said. Search efforts then continued for months. There was simply no trace of the teen. No scent trail, no security video, nothing. Contradictions from the PFs and contradictions from the LE. Who's telling the truth?
Yeah.
I think Sumner County Commissioner is the one that's telling the most truth. Because at least he mentioned the thud, too. We have yet to hear the thud in the first interviews. So, I want to say thank you, bro, again.
Thanks, man.
Let me drop your link again. If you're not sub, go sub up to him. And there's that. We'll have a part 3 coming up in a couple days. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some different shows. I'll be kind of doing some shows throughout the day. We'll ring in the new year East Coast together. And then we'll do some more true crime shows coming up after that. I'm going to be having a special Micah Miller show coming up here soon too, where I'm going to have a bunch of the Myrtle Beach team coming up to hang out on panel. And some other shows. We're going to be bringing some different cases. We're going to be discussing some different cases too that we're going to start digging in and working on and trying to find some answers too. So I want to say thank you all. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Hope you have a peaceful, positive evening. You too, bro.
You too,
thank
man.
you for all you do, man. Thank you very much. And let's get this guy to 10K. All right. Let's see him get 10K here soon. Hit that sub if you're not. Appreciate you. Share it with your friends too, because your friend might not be subbed, and maybe they'll go sub up to him real quick as well. Get him to 10K, man. 10K before 11/25. All right.
Hopefully, we can get enough information to figure out what direction to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a needle in a haystack when nobody can be on the same page, bro.
Nobody has the same narrative.
No, we're going to have to figure it out ourselves, unfortunately, and that's just the way it looks.
Love you all.
Later, guys. Appreciate you. Be safe. See you tomorrow.
All right, the ET wants to take pictures of the, is it domestic related?